Atlanta area specializing in commercial construction. We are very honored to be able to donate to the Masters Cricket USA organization
नहीं नहीं वो आ
and
गया
be able
होगा.
to help with the over 50s national tournament. We are so confident that if you use us, we'll have you hitting fours and sixes in no time. Good luck to everyone.
Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think. Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
We're a general contractor located in the Atlanta area specializing in commercial construction. We are very honored to be able to donate to the Masters Cricket USA organization and be able to help with the over 50s national tournament. We are so confident that if you use us, we'll have you hitting fours and sixes in no time. Good luck to everyone.
भाई तुम्हें टाइम मिले तो वाईफाई देना मुझे यार. Danish.
Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think. Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
We're a general contractor located in the Atlanta area specializing in commercial construction. We are very honored to be able to donate to the Masters Cricket USA organization and be able to help with the over 50s national tournament. We are so confident that if you use us, we'll have you hitting 4s and 6s in no time. Good luck to everyone.
Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think. Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
We're a general contractor located in the Atlanta area specializing in commercial construction. We are very honored to be able to donate to the Masters Cricket USA organization and be able to help with the over 50s national tournament. We are so confident that if you use us, we'll have you hitting 4s and 6s in no time. Good luck to everyone.
Just check if my mic is live. Okay. A very good afternoon and welcome to the second game of today. East Central won the toss and decided to bat, so South will be bowling. And it's a lovely day. It's about 76 degrees and the humidity is about 42%. So so as you can see now, East Central won the toss and opted to bat first. So they will get started. Let's see. I'm expecting both teams to shuffle their orders and give everybody a hit. So let's see who comes out to bat for East Central. Here's the team. South Zone. Captain is Rafe Kazi. I would expect probably Shahnawaz to bowl first. We'll see. Let's take a quick look at the other players. Ajay Bora, Ayaz, Sheikh, Farhan Hamid, Fazeh Abbasi, Imran Ashraf, Jignesh Desai, Mohsin Khan, Mustafa Hemani, Navin Paris, Raheel Khan, Rahim Ali, Suhas Naik, Said Shahana and Vishal Sharma. East Central led by Adnan Rao, and they have Amit Atre, Balaji Vardhan, Himanshu Patadia, Ketan Patel, Mahesh Surya, Masood Rana, Mukesh Sila, Narsis Javed, Rangarajan, Ravi Shankar, Rizwan Mohammad, Sandeep Karwa, Satish Reddy and Shrikant. So those are the teams. Opening the batting this time for East Central is going to be Masood Rana, who will take strike, and Ketan Patel. And opening the bowling for South is going to be Mohsin Khan. We'll take a couple of minutes to set the field and then I'll walk you through who's where. So there is a first slip, a third slip, wide gully, short cover, man going towards extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and a fine leg. So very traditional field, 5-4. Let's see if Mohsin is able to get some movement. He's warming up. So while we are waiting, just to walk you through, there have been 3 games so far, 2 yesterday and 1 today. And North won 2, both their matches. West won 1. So both these teams playing now are yet to win a game. So both will be hungry, eager to go. Keeper standing well back. And the first slip is now being moved to a point. And the wide slip. We are all set. So here we go. First ball. And that's Played quietly down the pitch. Mohsin follows through and collects the ball. So there is no first slip. We still have a wide second or third slip. And no third man. There is a fine leg. Mohsin is in again. Again on a length. That's Fazeh Abbasi, not Mohsin. Change of bowler, I guess. So it's Fazeh Abbasi. No runs yet. Once again on a length, wraps the pads. It's kind of a stifled appeal, but nothing coming off it. Clearly going down the leg side and probably well over the stumps as well. Fazeh is getting a decent amount of bounce from this pitch. And this one is more leg side-ish and off the pads towards fine leg for a single. So they open their account with that leg by. 1 for no loss. We're still in the first over. The fine leg fielder being sent a little square for the left-hander. Also another change. Now there is a traditional first slip and then that third slip or fine gully. Point cover, extra cover, not really a mid-off. He's moved wider, so it's more extra cover. And then mid-on, backward square leg. So here we go. The first ball now to Ketan Patel. Outside the off and flashes at it. No damage done. I must say he's getting a decent amount of bounce and he's kind of bowling that hard length. Fazeh is in again. Again, that hard length. This time closer to the bat, but no edge there. Goes through to the keeper. That's the end of a very good first over. 1 for no loss. I was talking about the ground conditions. It's also a lovely clear sky. I think by about 9 or 10 p.m. temperatures are expected to be in the mid-60s. So gorgeous conditions for cricket. The lights have been switched on already. They will take a while to take effect. Sunset typically at this time of the year is around 5:30 p.m. And so it's going to take about half an hour or so for the lights to take full effect. The shadows already creeping across the ground from the west, southwest. And it's Shahnawaz from the south end setting his field. The captain Rafi and him are setting the field. Okay, so there is a first slip, a point, and a cover point. a shortish extra cover and a widish mid-off, and then a backward square leg, mid-on, and a mid-wicket. Captain walking over to mid-wicket. So that's the field, 6 and 3. And Shahnawaz gets ready for his first ball. This is a little bit short and gives him a chance to punch it to the cover point fielder. Shy at the non-striker, but it was a comfortable single. Both batsmen running immediately. So field will switch now for the left-hander. So for the left-hander, there is a deep third man, one slip, point, cover, mid-off. Shahnawaz is in, and that's nicely defended off the front foot to the cover fielder. No runs. Extra cover and mid-off. And then on the onside, there is a man just behind the square leg umpire and a mid-on. So expect Shahnawaz to bowl outside the off stump. And he gets it through that gap to the left of the cover fielder. And that'll be a couple at least. Oh, they're going through for the third. Well run. Fresh legs, and they ran it quick. That looked very good off the front foot. Just a little punch, but it was to the left of the cover fielder, and so there was enough time to go through for 3. Not easy for the bowlers to adjust to a left-right combination. Oh, he flashes that uppish. But there is a third man, so it'll be just 1 run. Would have been an easy catch for that wide third slip, which they had at the other end. But there isn't one. It's just that first slip and then a big gap between slip and point. Field shifts over again for the left-hander, Ketan Patel, who's on strike now. And that's on a good length. But mid-on is a little too deep, and it's to the left of Shahnawaz on his follow-through. Last ball of the over coming up. 7 for no loss so far. Shahnawaz is in. This time to Masood. Flashes at it. Misses and through to the keeper. End of that over. So 7 for no loss. Ketan and Masood settling in. Ketan in particular looking pretty good. Couple of his strokes were very confident. Masood has flashed and missed a couple of times, but no damage done. Let's see if Fazeh continues to get a little bit of extra bounce from this pitch. So a little bit of a change. He has a second slip, almost a traditional second slip now. And here he is. And this time he's round the wicket. Well bowled. Outside off, and again, good pace and bounce. And goes through to the keeper. And they have a sweeper cover now, which they did not earlier. Remember, only two fielders outside the 30-yard circle. There's a sweeper cover, and then there's that third man. A little squarer this time. And this is pitched up, driven, beats the cover fielder, and is through to the boundary for 4. It didn't look like it would get to the boundary, but this outfield's so good and the timing was excellent. The sweeper on this side is a little squarer, almost in line with the umpire or close to. And so it was too far for the sweeper to get to. Fazé needs to get back to that hard length. This one is on a length and just pushed out to point for a single, a little to the left of the point fielder. I must say, Ketan Patel is looking very confident. Both front and back foot, he's looked very good. Fazé is in again. And a big appeal. He flashed at it. There was a big appeal, but clearly wide outside. Batsman did not touch it, presumably, and it's given a wide. Masood continuing to flash at the ball at every opportunity. Fazé in again. And this is pitched up and driven to mid-on, a little bit across the line, but enough time to go over for a single. The running's been good. The backing up has been good. As soon as he played that shot, Ketan Patel was off his blocks and they made it comfortably. Yeah, that's the length he wants to bowl. That's the length he wants to keep bowling at. It's not a good length. It's not short. Somewhere in between what they call the hard length, but that's where he needs to be. And that's what I'm sure he's trying to do. He's back in again. This one is way outside the off stump. Called a wide. For the last time this over, and that's well bowled, coming in a little bit to the left-hander and just defended down the pitch. It's 15 for no loss in 3 overs. Fazé's bowled his 2 for 8 so far. Shahnawaz to continue from the south end. There's some really colorful there's a really colorful background on the north east side of the ground, and I don't know whether this is a permanent fair setup or whether this is for a special occasion, but it does make the whole scene look excellent. Shahnawaz is back now for his second over, and that's pitched up. Has he taken it? No. Lofted off drive, and let's look at the replay. Masood has been thrashing at the ball at every opportunity, and he did so again, short of the mid-off fielder. And this is pushed out to point. Soft hands, and they go through comfortably for a single. We'll try and show you that replay as soon as we can. Shahnawaz adjusting his field to go around the wicket. He's back on now. That's pitched up. Pushed to point. A little slower perhaps because Ketan waited for it. Had an opportunity to lace it through the covers, but I think he was adjusting to the slower pace and then pushed it out to point. Masood is back on strike. And he lofts that, and it's through to the cover boundary for 4. That's lofted, clean hit, lofted it over the cover fielder. There is no sweeper, and that's through for 4. This one again, he tries to slice that past the wide, short third man, fine point fielder, but goes to him on the first bounce, and so no runs there. Masood has come out aggressive, and this is pitched up, block hole delivery, and well kept out. Rolls to the extra cover fielder, no runs there. So Shahnawaz finishes his second over, and he has 12. He's given away 12 runs off his 2. Get ready for the 5th over. It's going to be Fazeh to continue. And this is pitched up, and he guides it past the point fielder, to the right of the point fielder, to be fair. Didn't really have a chance of stopping it. Goes through to third man for a single. Third man fielder is quite square, probably for that kind of a shot. Field adjusts now to the right-hander. Oh, and that's a French cut. Inside edge, rolls down to fine leg, and then the backward square leg fielder had to run about 10 or 15 yards to his right. There wasn't much pace on that, and so it didn't get enough momentum to go through to the boundary. It's the left-hander again, Ketan Patel on strike to Faze. And that's the hard length. Punches it off the back foot to the sweeper cover, and easy single. And Masood standing a couple of yards outside his crease, seems to have a leg stump guard. Faze is back on. He bowls a slow one. Masood off the full toss, hits it to mid-wicket. Should have been stopped, but it bobbles out of that fielder's hand at mid-wicket, and there's enough time for them to run an easy single. This is terribly frustrating for the bowlers. A single off every ball means you have to adjust the field, you have to adjust your line, perhaps even your length. And this is that hard length. That's where he needs to be. Nice space and bounce. Outside off. Fazes look good. And so has Ketan Patel. Very solid. Here's Faze. Oh, beats him. Genuinely beats him. Nice ball to end the over. And there's something about left-handers, even when they get beaten, they look elegant. And that's the case here with Ketan. He has been playing fairly close to the body most of the time, but this time he hung his bat out a little bit and genuinely got beaten. He wasn't trying to play an aggressive shot there. It was his forward defensive shot. Captain adjusting his field. There is a bowling change from the south end. Rahim Ali. Setting his field now. There is a first slip. The third man being asked to go squarer. Sweeper cover. And there is no traditional point. Okay, so that's third man now goes to a more traditional, finer, and there was a square third man, short third man inside the circle who's now moved to a more traditional point. Cover and a mid off. Rahim Ali comes in. And there's the flash again. Masood goes for it. He's been going for everything outside the off stump. And connected one or two and got a good boundary over the covers earlier. That seems to be his go-to shot. So the sweeper cover is much more backward point on the fence now, in line with the umpire. Rahim Ali comes in and goes again, this time again off the inside edge, but enough pace on that to go through to the fine leg fence for 4. Clearly got lucky. That could have, yeah, it's close enough. Rahim has a nice long traditional fast bowler's run up. And that's short punch to the sweeper for a single. Easy run there. Rahim will be bowling to the left-handed Ketan for the first time in this over. And so he's adjusting his field. Similar to the right-hander's field. Comes in and that's off the front foot, push to mid-on. The fielder thought of having a shot at the wickets, but realized there wasn't anybody backing up. Rahim was too far down the pitch on his follow-through. And so he decided to avoid the possibility of an overthrow or even a ricochet off the stumps. Here goes Rahim again. Bowled the slower one. There he's gone. Bowled the slower one. I'm not sure that Masood picked it, but he went for his shot anyway and hit it straight into mid-on's hands. Easy catch, and that's the first wicket down. East Central losing their first wicket today. Easy catch. Who is that? Farhan Hamid probably is my guess. Yep. That's an easy catch. And Masood is back in the hut now. The projected score, it's a little too early to talk about it, but at least, as it stands now, they should get 212. I'm sure they want to get a lot more than that. It's difficult to say what the par score on this pitch is because we've had some close games with a 220 something score and then a close game last night. How much was it? 250, 260 perhaps. So the par score probably somewhere in between those two, 240, 250. And if that was indeed a setup by Rahim Ali for Masood Rana, very well executed. He probably didn't spot the slow one out of the hand. Went through with a shot and obviously would have played a lot earlier than he should. Sandeep Karwa at number 3. He had a good knock yesterday. That's down the leg side and will be called a wide. Sometimes, the bowlers like to adjust and they feel happier if they're bowling to more traditional batsmen. Sandeep is more like a traditional batsman. He'll try and play straight most of the time, try and play in the V. Rahim, short of a length, but Sandeep decides to go forward anyway, plays it down close to the point fielder, no runs. So I was saying that sometimes it's, bowlers find it harder when there is an unorthodox batsman at the crease because you don't know exactly what that batsman's going to do. Masood got a few runs off the inside edge and also played a lovely looking lofted off drive, cover drive. So it's a little bit easier if you have traditional batsmen at both ends. That way you can adjust both your line and length. At least so far, Ketan hasn't done anything audacious. He's played traditional cricket. Fazé is in again to him. Once again, that lovely defensive push. Looks very good. Fazé needs to drag his length back a little bit. And this time it's punched to the point fielder, but straight to him and no runs. I would expect Fazé to be rested after this over, and that'll be his 4th. He has been getting good pace and bounce, and it's not easy to bowl more than 4 at a trot. Pitches it upish, but falls well short of the square. Third man shot, third man fielder. It was upish. There was a little bit of chatter amongst the fielders as he played that ball, but that's not a drop. I would say he's almost wide gully. That's pitched up, and once again that classical defensive prod to the covers. Fazé back on. Okay, and now he's back to his hard length. They've run a single comfortably. Cover fielder has a shy. Hits the wickets, but batsman is well in. Umpire's not even looking. There's no appeal anyway, but umpire's not looking for a replay here. He was comfortably in. Oh, wait. On the replay, though he was in, he almost stumbled his way through, Sandeep. That may have been closer than we thought. Sometimes the batsman also doesn't expect a fielder from that distance to hit the wickets with a direct hit, and so he may have taken it a little bit easy. Some field adjustments for Sandeep. There's a short mid-wicket. That's the hard length again. Pushed out to cover. No, right down there, so no runs. I would expect Rahim to continue from the south end. .33 for 1 and 7. The run rate has dropped a little bit, but it's a little early in the game to really worry about the run rate. I think they would want to have wickets in hand. They must have. We'll come back to that in a moment as Rahim bowls, and good length. Push back to the bowler. They must have talked about this in their team meeting. Maybe something like, let's try and get to 50 or 60 for 1 at the end of the 10 overs. Something like that, and make sure we have a partnership going. Rahim. And this is nicely hit off the front foot, but unfortunately picks out the extra cover. Straight to him. Once again, very elegantly driven, but straight to mid-off. This has been good bowling in the last 2 or 3 overs from both ends. Let's see if Ketan continues with his approach or decide. There he goes, changes his approach, lofts it, and oh no, he's dropped. Dropped on the third attempt. Let's look at the replay. Should have been taken. Was an easy enough looking catch for somebody like Ayaz. Let's look at the replay. That's attempt number 1, 2, 3, and drops it. I was just about saying that let's see if Ketan continues with his traditional approach or tries to do something different, and that very ball, he went for it, mistimed it completely. This is short, and Sandeep looking very confident, comes forward, defends. Completely mistimed that, Ketan. Ketan shouldn't really be worried because he's going at a strike rate of about 60 right now. But of course, what is more likely is he would want Sandeep to get some balls to settle down. And so that's the slower one again. Through to the keeper. Yeah, so he would want Sandeep Karwa to settle down and give him some balls to, feel comfortable. And so he will feel the pressure to up the run rate since he's the set batsman. We have some fielders being swapped. And a new keeper as well. And Faze is continuing. He's bowled 4 overs for just 13 runs, so very economical. Just don't know whether he's tired. Doesn't look it. Oh, that's well bowled. Bowled beautifully so far. Looked very good. Good pace. Every time he's hit that hard length, the ball's gone through at a nice height to the keeper. Faze from the north end of the ground. Once again, good length, and this is pushed out to point. That's down the leg side, called wide, and through to the fine leg boundary as well. Just too wide for the keeper. Kept going down the leg side. Probably the first time in his spell that Faze has missed the mark, but he's otherwise bowled beautifully. Kept things very tight. Here he's back on. He's back to his normal line and length. Hard length, outside the off. Every time he gets it right, he does look very difficult to play. Ketan goes for it again, and this time he's connected reasonably well. This goes through to the extra cover boundary, 2 or 3 bounces, and that's 4 runs. The fielder down there now. Faze is back on. And this is punch to point. And good timing, but unfortunately straight to the fielder, who also got the favor off the bounce. And that always is a little bit easier to collect. Fazé for the last time in this over decides that he's not, his run-up is not okay, and walks back to bowl that again. Here he is. This is down the leg side, called a wide, and so this over will continue. It's been the most expensive over of the game, I believe. 10 runs off it. Four of them were wides, of course, down to fine leg. Here's Fazé. And this one is on a length. Collects the ball himself at short cover, and that's the end of his over. Probably his spell as well. I would expect him to come back later. Let's look at the wickets. There's that catch. Easy catch. And this is the missed opportunity for South Zone. Should have been taken. Rahim coming back now for his third over. He's bowled very well from the south end. 8 runs of his 2 overs, and the wicket of Masood Rana. Small adjustment in the field. There is now a first slip. Here goes Rahim. Sandeep flashes at it and goes through to the keeper. He's yet to get off the mark, so he'll start to feel the pressure a little bit if this goes on longer. It's interesting, there is a fine leg inside the 30-yard circle for Sandeep. Once again, beaten on the front foot. Good pace and bounce from Rahim as well. South has a lot of bowling options, and apart from the 3 pace bowlers so far, they have a lot of spin options as well. Rahim. That's the slow one. And Sandeep picked it, I think. Waited for it and then played it to mid-wicket. Sandeep yet to get off the mark. He's played 7 balls. Let's see if he remains patient. And that's short, and now he's off the mark. Short, just had to punch it off the back foot to the sweeper. So he gets off the mark with that single. And it doesn't matter whether you've scored 65 or 165 in your previous innings. When you come into bat, you are always going to start from 0, and you're always going to feel the pressure. So Sandeep will be relieved. He's off the mark with that single. Rahim now to Ketan Patel. Oh, he's beaten. Genuinely beaten. Played for it. Hung his bat out a little bit. And let's look at the replay. How far was he from getting an edge. Rahim has bowled beautifully today. So he's going over the wicket and creating that angle. So if he pitches it around the off stump, he's going to keep going outside off, and unfortunately, just because of the angle at which the ball is coming at you, the batsman is not going to be able to leave it without a doubt in his mind. So this is the slower one. Plays it to backward square, easy single. So I'm not sure that he's getting movement, but just the angle is enough. Sliding down off to the left-hander. This is 46 for 1 at the end of 10 overs. I would say, probably a little bit behind where they might have wanted to be, around the 50 to 60 over mark. So a little bit behind that. And let's see who's going to bowl from the north end. Faze continuing. It's pushed out to mid-wicket. There isn't anybody at mid-wicket, so the wide mid-on ambles over and picks up the ball. There is on the leg side. Okay, they are pushing out a mid-wicket now, so it's going to be a 5-4 field. Oh yeah, it's the right-hander. I'm sorry. So yes, it will be a 5-4 field, except for the backward square leg on the leg side, everybody else inside the circle. The mid-wicket being brought in a little bit. There is a first slip. As Faze is back on, this time to Sandeep. Sandeep flashes, and let's see if it runs to the boundary. No, well stopped. Nicely stopped there at third man, and that could have been close. There is a replay being requested. That could be close. I'm not sure the batsman dragged his bat as he should. Only a replay will tell us. From the naked eye, it looked close, and we'll see whether it was close or not. From a different angle, he looks out to me. But we'll see from the square angle. Yeah, coming up now. Yes, he's out. Right. No, he's made it. Just about made it. It's a tough call. Is the bat across the line or on it? That's the question. I'll have to look at it frame by frame. I'm not sure. This is going to be touch and go. Yeah, so that's when the bails have come off. Not sure how the umpire will see it. Or will the batsman get the benefit of the doubt? They're consulting. Yeah, I think the batsman does get the benefit of the doubt, as he should, because from that view, it looked as if some part of the bat was behind the line. That was close. Very close. Faze is back on to Sandeep. Again, flashes at that. Clearly, the batsman feeling the run rate pressure here. Smile on the bowler's face as he walks back. Batsman feeling the pressure of the run rate, and the bowling's been tight, has been good line and length so far. Once again, a little bit wideish off the off stump, but no runs. Just pushed out to cover. Sandeep, I think, thought there was a single, but could have been tight. That's the slow one. And Sandeep shovels it to backward square for a single. And clearly, Sandeep is reading the slow one at both ends, from Rahim as well as this time from Faze. So, which means that he's watching the hand, watching the release and adjusting his shot accordingly. 50 for 1 in the meanwhile. They've got their 50. This is way wide outside the off stump. So I'll expect to see Jignesh Desai and Ayaz Sheikh bowling spin at some point. Looks like impact was well outside the off stump. Kind of a stifled appeal, half-hearted appeal. Let's look at the replay. Yeah, outside off. Meanwhile, the next ball was a wide. So, East Central reaching the replay once again. Yeah, impact outside off. Okay, I have been just told that the umpire signaled an inside edge as an explanation, so probably clearly two sounds which we can't pick up from the commentary box with where we are. 52 for 1 after 11. The projected score has dropped to 189. Somebody has to get a move on now. And logically that should be Ketan Patel, because he's set. He's been in now for how long? Exactly an hour. I'm sure the two batsmen have talked about it and decided some strategy. Either they're going to go both ends, or at the very least they have to keep getting the singles and twos, and Sandeep gets that ball down to mid-off. a little wide off the off stump. He had to fetch it, but gets it along the ground to mid-off. So at the very least, their strategy, if they are planning to play risk-free cricket, their strategy should be to get singles, put the ball in the gaps. There are plenty of gaps. The bowling's been good, but when you have a batsman batting on 20, I think he's been in long enough to look for those gaps and singles. This is defended straight to the mid-off fielder. Rahim is back on. And this is slogged to the leg side, kind of a half slog, half flick. And they get a easy couple. That was fairly risk-free, even though the ball was in the air. There's clearly nobody there, and all Ketan had to do was clear the mid-wicket fielder, which he did comfortably. Didn't time it well enough to get it to the boundary. Rahim is back on. And defends to the point fielder. So based on what we've seen so far, Ketan Patel's game is stronger on the offside, it appears. He's looked good every time he's either defended or got runs on the offside, very confident, but not so much on the leg side. Let's see how things change as the match goes on. Rahim keeping it tight. He's just given away 12. And this could be the last ball of his fourth over, so that's impressive. So we have a mid-wicket on the boundary now, and I expect a slower one. The mid-wicket being brought in. I don't know whether that is to call the bluff here. Let's see. No, that's not the slow one. It's the normal delivery and well played out to cover. So bowlers will often do that. They'll set the field for full length deliveries and then slip in a shorter one to surprise the batsman, or the other way around. And I was wondering whether Rahim was trying to do exactly that. He had the mid-on pushed out to the boundary, the mid-wicket brought in, so wasn't sure whether he was trying to bowl a slow one again. We 12 overs gone, 55 for 1, and it is Faze continuing. Looks like. Yes. It's excellent stamina, bowling his 7th over now. pitched up and driven to extra cover. So now there is a long off and long on, and a backward square leg on the fence. Flashes at it, and it's through to the boundary for 4. That's a welcome boundary for East Central. The result was good, but it wasn't a clean hit. He got the outside edge. It's probably going in the direction of, aiming in the direction of point. So ended up at third man for 4. So this field setting indicates he's going to keep pitching the ball up. He's brought the backward square leg into the circle, which he does pitch the ball up reasonably, and it's played back down the pitch. Faze is back on. That could have been close, but he bowled it sort of wide of the wicket, so the angle would have taken it down the leg side. Once again, that attempt to drive the ball towards point. Sandeep thinks it should have been called a wide, but it isn't. And so Faze, for the last time this over, unless it's a wide, of course, 59 for 1. And he strokes it nicely. That's his game. He strokes it nicely, and it stopped just inside the deep extra cover boundary. Sandeep wants a third. Ketan wasn't moving. He was ball watching. So there was probably a third there. Ketan was ball watching, and the result is they end up with just those 2 runs. Could have run a third for the throw. And Sandeep was halfway down the pitch. No damage done. Rahim will continue from the south end. 13 overs gone, 61 for 1. It's been all pace so far from South. This is the 14th over. They're still getting a good amount of pace and decent amount of bounce from this pitch, which is also going to be helping the batsman in that sense, because it's easier to time the ball when you have some decent bounce as well as pace on the ball. That's the slow one. Reads it well. I don't know whether there is a pattern, but he seems to be bowling 1 to 2 slow ones every over. Let's see if anything changes in his bowling plan. Once again a slow one. This a full toss, and again had to wait for it and plays it to the cover fielder for a single. There's a shy at the striker's end, but No damage done. So that was slow ball number 2 this over from Rahim. Should be coming up to the drinks break soon. At the end of this over. Rahim is back on. And that's nicely driven, but almost straight to the cover fielder, extra cover more or less, and no runs. Oh, slow ball number 3. That's the first time this in his spell. Loses direction, and that's almost like a free hit for Sandeep. There's nobody at backward square leg. He just had to wait and just guide it into that area for 4. Easy runs for Sandeep. Rahim probably tiring a little bit. That's 3 slower balls this over. And that's his normal pace. Short of a length and punch to the sweeper on the offside. There's only a small portion of the ground now with some sunlight, and that's towards the east. As the sun sets on the west, there's a little bit of sunlight coming through on the east side of the ground. We are situated roughly, I would say, south-southwest. And that's well bowled and well played. And also have a sighting of the moon now, approximately northeast of the ground, north-northeast. And we have a drinks break. And at the drink stage, 67 for 1 in 14. The projected score is 192. Both batsmen looking set. Ketan in particular has to get a move on. Let's just take a quick look at the batting so far. Masood Rana made 15. Looked a little chancy, but got some run rate acceleration for the team. Ketan is on 23 and Sandeep is on 16. The bowling card so far, it's been all pace. Faze has bowled 6 or 7 overs. 6, I think. 7. So Faze has bowled 7. Shahnawaz has bowled 2 and Rahim has bowled 5, so that makes up the 14. All pace so far, and we'll have some ads for you, commercials, as the players take the break.
Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think. Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
We're a general contractor located in the Atlanta area.
So we are back on after the drinks break. That would have been a time for them to discuss. Faze is continuing from the north end. This is pitched up. No, it's going to fall short. Oh, he's taken it? Yeah, he's taken it. That's a wonderful catch. That's a wonderful catch. It looked from here as if it fell just short of the fielder, but as you will see in the replay, try and show you that again. And I think that was the captain, Rafe. So there is a trend in oh, there it is again. There's a trend in these limited overs games that something happens after a timeout, and it did happen of the first ball. Sandeep playing a little loose and spooning it to extra cover. These are not easy catches at any age group. When the ball is falling, short of you, or you have to lunge in front, and particularly so when in this age group, it's even harder. A little bit easier if it's on either side, but catches that fall in front of you are more difficult to scoop up from the ground. So that was a wonderful effort by the fielder. Srikanth walks in. Srikanth Ranganathan. Rafe is back in. And well bowled. And he guides that down to third man for a single. Some small field adjustments being made. The captain making sure that they have just the right number of fielders outside the circle. So long off, sweeper cover, and a square third man on the fence on the offside. 6-3 field, well bowled. Fazé is bowling round the wicket to the left-hander. And Rahim has preferred to keep going over the wicket even to the left-hander. But Fazé has kept going round the wicket. And that is nicely punched to square leg for a single, short of a length. So Ketan does look very, very compact and nice when he's defending and playing traditional cricket. So maybe the strategy here with East Central is to have him bat through the innings and anchor it, and they go for runs at the other end. We shall see. Here's Fazé. Batsman looked a little late on the ball there. Came in a little bit. As it gets darker, we can see the moon more clearly. It's a lovely, lovely sight. It's a beautiful stadium. There's a light crimson red hue in the horizon as I'm looking north. We're approaching sunset time now. Fazé is back on. Well bowled outside the off stump. 2 slips in a gully. So 2 slips in a gully now for Srikanth Ranganathan. That's pitched up and gets it to mid-wicket. Easy single. The fielder's on the edge of the circle and had to cover 10 or 12 yards to his right. So both games yesterday, as we talked about it earlier, were very close finishes. Wasn't really the case today in the morning game. It's a little early, but I wonder if we will have a tight finish tonight as well. East Central also have a strong team. Both teams, I expect, will shuffle their batting order a little bit to give everybody a hit. But there are enough and more good players on both teams to accelerate. In particular, East Central, enough players to accelerate and get to a good score, which I suspect somewhere between 230 and 250. Lots of adjustments to the field. Very packed offside field for Srikanth. 6-3. 3 in the circle and 3 outside. On the offside. 4. Four in the circle on the offside. Some adjustment being made. Oh, they actually had 12 fielders on the ground, looks like. And fortunate that the umpire helped Rafe with that, because otherwise that would have been a no ball. And Rahim aborts his run up. So now I can tell you that there is a slip, a point, and a extra cover in the circle on the offside, and then there is a third man, sweeper cover, and a long off. And that's the slower ball. Waits for it and taps it down to that third man fielder. So it's a 6-3 field for the right-handed Shrikant. And will be a 5-4 field for the left-handed Ketan Patel. Third man coming into the circle. Block hole delivery and punch back to the bowler. He's looked, like I said, very, very good when he's defending. Once again, pitched up and flicks it to mid-wicket. Straight to the fielders. No runs. This is full, and he punches it to wide of long off for a single. So because the pace bowlers have been in operation, the over rate is a little bit behind, I suspect, than it should be. We are not yet at the halfway mark, and it's about 1.5 hours almost since the game started. 16th over, so I would say 2, maybe 3 overs behind on the over rate. There is no over rate tracking or penalty for it, but nevertheless, I think we will probably see spin soon, and that should pick up the over rate in the next half an hour or so. I think last night's game finished about 9:30, 9:45 maybe. So typically there is a half an hour break. And Ketan punches that to cover. No runs. Rahim finishes his 6th over. 1 for 21 in his 6. The other wicket taker is Fazé. The current run rate is under 5, well under 5. So we see spin finally. Jignesh Desai from the north end. And Fazé Abbasi gets a well-deserved break. based on what I've seen before, Jignesh doesn't really give the ball a lot of air, tends to push it through, but could change his strategy today because he is possibly going to tempt the batsman to go for it. Yeah. Definitely slower through the air than he was yesterday. And that's how you bowl to the match situation, and you change your strategy a little bit. Small tweaks which make a difference. Occasionally bowls that top spinner type of a delivery which kind of goes straight through. Not a dusra, much more a top spinner. Yeah, he's clearly tempting the batsman. And that length is not fully pitched up. It's kind of a little close to good length, but that tempting length where if you go for a shot, you might spoon it up. Once again, no runs. The squeeze is on. Outside off and left alone. And that's the over bowl. And Jignesh starts with a maiden. Is that the first maiden of the day? Probably. We'll confirm that. Can we take a quick look at the bowling card? That I suspect that was the first maiden of the day. So Fazeh Abbasi did bowl one maiden, and so this is the second maiden of the game so far. Farhan is going to take over from Rahim at the south end, and he will bowl round the wicket to Ketan Patel. And that's short, and that's an easy punch down to long off. So that single of the first ball indicates to me that Srikanth is probably the guy who's going to go for the runs. Sweep a cover on the offside for the right-hander. Farhan is now over the wicket to him. Short. And Srikanth hammers it straight past, little to the left of the bowler, and exactly between the bowler and the long off for 4. Farhan is back in. And that's defended, rolls to the point fielder. East Central have to start getting a move on now with the run rate. Still well under 5. Beats him handily with that. Playing a forward defensive prod, misses. That's well pitched up and pushed out to square leg. It's a comfortable single. Ketan Patel is on strike. And his run rate has dropped to almost 50. 26 out of 50 deliveries. Defends. So we have an interesting situation now, and looks like a message out from the dugout. Change of headgear, but probably a message too. Let's look at where things stand. North Zone is the only one who've won 2 games so far. West has won 1. Bowling change from the north end. So here's the leaderboard from a batting perspective. Nasir, who got a century today for North, and Nirav got that 86 yesterday. And from a bowling perspective, Sunil Singh with 7 wickets is the leader. We have a bowling change from the north end. Vishal Sharma 7, and then Sajid Fernandez taken 5. So those are the 2 leaders in the batting and bowling department. I wonder what prompted the bowling change. Possibly a change of ends for Jignesh, because he had just bowled a maiden, so I suspect there must be some reason for this change. Maybe he asked for a change of ends. And Vishal bowling that tempting line, but keeping it wicket to wicket, and Srikanth hits it powerfully but straight back to the bowler. A little slower through the air this time, and collected by the bowler to his left. Looped up, tempting outside the off stump. I'm sure the batsmen are feeling the run rate pressure now. Can't get it through the short third man. Oh, there's an overthrow. So they finally get a run off this over. Srikanth wasn't able to get that ball beyond the short third, but he had a shy and missed, and unnecessary run, but that brings Ketan on strike. Good first over from Vishal so far. And he punches that to cover, no run. So I expect Ketan will now have to get a move on. He's exactly at a run rate of 50. While at the other end, Srikanth has come in not so long ago and therefore So we do see the change of ends for Jignesh. Like I said, I was wondering why Jignesh was taken off after one maiden over, and clearly he must have asked the captain for a change of ends. Right arm over is what the umpire is telling the batsman. Jignesh taking his time to set his field. I think Imran is back on as the keeper, so there's a switch there too, and that's taken a couple of minutes. So there is a square gully type of. Oh, he's outside the off, and no runs. There's a short square gully. Point, sweeper cover, short extra cover, long off, and Jignesh pushing it through a little bit quicker now. The batsman's not ready, so Jignesh will have to reload. Well bowled. Not able to get it past point. I expect a big shot anytime now, because they have to break the shackles. And clearly Shrikant is the more likely one to do that. There is that shot, but it's hit across the line like a tennis bat forehand down to mid-on for a single. No risk there, but it was a forehand looking shot. Jignesh to Ketan, and Ketan gets it through, but only to the sweeper on the offside. And that's the end of the over. 2 runs off it. So we are at the halfway mark. It's 20 overs gone, 83 for 2. And the run rate has kept dropping. The South team has put the squeeze on very nicely. And the projected score now is showing just 166. And I expect that'll be well short of what they need. Vishal continues from the north end. So it's interesting, both off spinners from both ends, but very different bowlers. Vishal is slower through the air, is dropping it at a length where it's tempting for the batsman to go forward, whereas Jignesh is keeping it a little bit more outside off. He's a little bit quicker than Vishal, And the batsman either really has an option of leaving the ball or trying to get it through the offside cordon. There goes Shrikant. Lofted shot. Is it taken? Yes. That's another wonderful catch. Wonderful catch. It's terrific bowling, tight bowling, paying off. He took it on the full, seemed to have timed it well, but not well enough. The long on fielder really had to move only 2-3 yards to his right. Great catch. And yesterday we saw a lot of catches being dropped, but today the story is a little bit different so far. We've had 3 wickets all fall to catches in this innings. Just 1 drop. So Vishal gets himself on the column for wickets. Mukesh Seelal comes in, right-hander again, so they're keeping their right and left combination going. Once again, that loopy, slower through the air, and terrific length. Tempting for the batsman. Oh, he goes straight, and that should be stopped. Mid-on comes around. There wasn't much power in that shot, but he played it straight, so a little less risky than anything else that he could have done with that, because there is a deep mid wicket and there is of course that long on, but he played it almost straight back over the bowler. Brings Ketan on strike, and that's an easy single to long off. And that's the over bowled. A successful over, and it's 3 down now for 85. The run rate is almost at 4 and over now. Jignesh, no doubt, to continue from the south end. And this is tapped to square leg for a single. So it's interesting. I was expecting some reshuffle of the batting order, but just looking at how they went yesterday, so far at least it's the same batting order as yesterday. And yesterday Ketan got 60, Sandeep got 65, Shrikant 35, and then Mukesh got 40. And that's how they ended up with 250. And that's nicely hit and goes through. A little bit of a misfield on the boundary. That's through for 4. That's a welcome boundary for East Central. Clearly Srikanth trying to increase the run rate. Jignesh once again, quicker one. Punch to long off. If flights this a little bit, gives it a little more air, but the batsman decides to defend. End of another over. We are getting to the 2-hour mark, and it's 22 overs bowled so far. Vishal from the north end. Is taken on the full and driven to long off. It was in the air for a long time, but absolutely no risk. Ketan waits for this one and gets it off the back foot to the sweeper cover. Just a single. One of the challenges they'll have, particularly with spin, is when the bowler isn't giving you much pace, how are you going to generate that momentum? Again, looped up. No runs there. So it's up to the batsman to generate pace on his shot, and not easy. Not easy to do it consistently and for long periods. There you see it again. That's a tight single, but looks close. Let's see if the umpire wants to review it. Let's see. In the replay, looks a little closer than it should have been. Oh, that's dropped. That's dropped. That should have been taken. Probably a little bit easier than the last catch the same fielder took. The ball was in the air for a long time. Let's look at the replay after this ball, which is played out to cover. Let's look at the replay there. Yeah, that was in his pocket and fell out. Ketan probably feeling some tightness in his legs. Been in now for almost 2 hours. And though the weather's nice and very low humidity, just a matter of being there for 2 hours and number of singles you take, it's going to tell on your body. Jignesh is back on. Nicely played, but only for a single. that's looped up and hammered to wide of extra cover for 4. Just looped up, not much on that ball, and so all the batsman had to do was hang back and stroke that. Jignesh goes a little quicker, flatter. Looked like an inside edge, but these are almost impossible to take. Much better. Giving the ball a little bit of a rip. Slight change in the field, making it a little more offside heavy. And Mukesh tries to get it past the mid-wicket fielder but doesn't. Jignesh. Oh, he goes for it, lofts it past the point fielder, and it runs down to the boundary for 4. Not exactly where he wanted it, but gets a thickish outside edge, goes over point. Ended up slicing the ball a little bit. I think he was hoping to get it over extra cover or cover. But in the end, I think chose a better spot because there was a sweeper cover who could have run around. There wasn't a lot of power in that shot, so it trickled past the boundary for 4. Vishal is back on from the north end. And back to him. Flighted, driven, but only as far as the sweeper on the offside. Vishal flights it, goes straight and 6. Nicely hit. Mukesh goes straight, a little to the right of the long off fielder, but clean hit, timed it extremely well, and it went through for 6. So definite increase in the run rate. This time he goes down the wicket. Vishal bowls a little fuller, so he has to adjust his stroke and gets it to short third for 2. Mukesh doing the job now for East Central. That spun a bit. Mukesh was a little surprised that the ball spun. This one's driven to long off. And it makes the boundary. When he hit it, didn't appear as if it would make it to the boundary that easily. But it did, and it was hit well to the left of the long off fielder. Nice shot, and so the run rate is improved now to 4.8. At the 25 over mark, it's 120 for 3. Bowling change at the south end with Farhan coming back on. He bowled 1 over, remember, and which was primarily for Jignesh to change ends. He's coming back on, so he has a full quota if required. Umpires will have to ask the bowling team to get a move on as well, because we're probably 3 or 4 overs behind on the over rate by now. Pushes that through, and Ketan plays it back to the bowler. That's fuller, much fuller, and gets it down to long off. So from this situation, if East Central are able to get to about 220, 230, I think they will take it. Because as of now, at least the mathematical projection is under 200, well under 200, but that's not exactly how things pan out. Here's the lofted shot. And taken. No, he's dropped it. Naveen looks like has dropped that. Let's look at the replay. Should have taken that, but did not. So that's one more drop. That's 3 on 3, I believe, is their score. Took 3, dropped 3. Meanwhile, there was a single off the next ball, and Farhan is back on this time. Again, the lofted shot. Dropped again. This time it's Vishal. So the batsman living dangerously, getting away with 2 drop catches just in this over. Mukesh living very dangerously indeed. And I think Ketan playing well within himself. Everybody is not the same, and he's clearly the more classical, play the ball along the ground type of a player. Flashes outside off and misses. Should be coming up to a drinks break soon. There's a bowling change at the north end. Ayaz getting a bowl now. South will be very unhappy with the last over in terms of the two drop catches. Both were easy enough, should have been taken. Having said that, it's sometimes not easy when you're fielding under the lights. Sometimes you do lose the ball, and which is why practicing these high catches under the lights becomes important. Ayaz gives a run off the first ball that was just tapped to square leg for a single. Some changes for the left-hander. Ketan is on strike now. So Mukesh has gone along well. He's on 30 of 21. Clearly, Ketan has the instructions to play the sheet anchor role. Plays that along the ground to long on. Lofts it again, down the throat. This time it's taken. Down the throat of the long on fielder. Took it on the full, I think, and hit it sweetly, but straight to the long on fielder. This time he doesn't drop it. Yeah, it was taken on the full, and good catch. So he's taken two and dropped one, which is not bad in the end, but both Vishal and Naveen would be feeling happy about that, relieved, as we take a drinks break. Let's just take a look at the summary. So far, it's 127 for 4, 26.3 overs gone. This is the match summary. Ketan Patel still there on 40. Mukesh just out for 30. Sandeep got 16. And we'll take a quick break. This is in the block hole and digs it out towards point. Short third fielder runs across. Nicely hit, but straight to the fielder. End of a successful over for Ayaz. He's bowled 1 over and got that 1 wicket. Ravi Shankar is the new batsman in, and let's see if he starts going for it in the first few balls or whether he takes a while to settle in. Meanwhile, it's now completely dark, of course. It's well beyond sunset. It's pitch dark outside. The lights are in full effect. And it's a beautiful sight. Farhan will continue from the south end. Some adjustments being made to the field. Ravi Shankar on strike now to Farhan. Pitches it up, driven to point. Overall, the South bowling has been pretty disciplined. Having said that, I think they haven't been put under much pressure either. So East Central have not put enough pressure on the South bowling to test them fully. $15 extras so far. That's flighted. Yes, he is going for it, but can't get it beyond the long off. So 15 extras so far, 12 wides, 1 no ball, 2 leg byes. Farhan goes round the wicket now to Ketan. And Ketan goes for the big hit. Farhan wants it, takes it. Uncharacteristic. He's not looked particularly confident playing the lofted shot, and he's not looked very confident on the leg side. The ball went up in the air, and Farhan called for it. The mid-wicket fielder was not too far off. It was sort of in between the two. But Farhan called for it and didn't make a mistake. So East Central in more trouble. 129 for 5 now. And the real challenge for them is they have 2 new batsmen at the crease. They're going to take a while to settle in. Farhan should probably bring the field in a little bit to put the squeeze on, tempt the batsman to go over the top and cut out the singles. Misses that completely. Because the batting team is under pressure now. And with both new batsmen at the crease, I think it'll make sense for them to bring the field in and just tighten the squeeze even more. Ayaz, meanwhile, will continue from the north end. Flighted, and that's hit to long on for a single. Once again flighted, and he manages to shovel it through to the sweeper on the offside, and they run one for the throw, so that's 2. So that's the other way to get 5 or 6 and over for the next few overs. Just go along the ground and get the 1s and 2s, which is why I would think it made sense for South to bring the field in a little bit and tempt them to go over the top. Ayaz pushes that through quick, but single nevertheless. Sometimes captains have to make that choice between should we attack and try and go for the wickets. That clearly was outside the off stump. So should we attack and go for the wickets, or should we play traditional and make sure that the run rate doesn't get out of hand? I think they've chosen the latter. Last ball of the over coming up. He gets it past the mid-wicket, but there's a sweeper, and he keeps it to just a single. Good fielding. The projected score now is 185. By my calculation, that's well short of what they need. It'll be interesting where they end up. A 220 from here would be extremely good. That'll mean that's an inside edge. Runs down to fine leg. Not much pace on it, so it should be stopped. But they managed to run 3. Fielders being swapped now. Farhan from the south end. Fuller length. And back to the bowler. Packed ring on the offside. And that's the reason why that's some mistumping, looks like. It was down the leg side. He got a bat on it, I think. Yeah, well, he was well in. The batsman was well in because he realized right away that the keeper's got the ball and turned around quick enough and got his bat into the crease. Lofts it on the leg side, but again, no power in that. That should be just 2 runs. Oh, got him. That full length delivery, completely missed it. It kind of dipped a little bit. I think that's what Farhan is pointing out, that the ball dipped a little bit. Yeah, yorked him completely. And that's wicket number 6. Farhan's second. 141 for 6 now. And looking a little tough for East Central to get past 200. The new batsman is Ranga. I think he wants some middle stump guard. Yeah. Show you another replay of that ball as soon as we can. The last ball of this over coming up, a successful one for Farhan. Ranga getting set. Bowls a leg break. I haven't seen that from Farhan before, so they managed 2 of that and dragged it down. Sort of lucky to have gone for just 2 of that ball. Clearly some urgency now to get through the overs quicker. 6:26, 10 more overs to go. Ayaz from the north end. Well bowled. The batsman practicing a reverse sweep. This is punch to point, but no runs again. Ayaz pushes this through a little bit. And there's pace on that ball. He gets it down to third man. Will be stopped. It's a good throw back in. Strong throw back in. So that's 2 more to the total. I think they're better off slowing the ball through the air, which he does now. And just a single. Mahesh Suryanarayan or Surya and Rangarajan or Ranga at the crease. They'll have to stitch together a partnership because the last few wickets we haven't seen any effective partnerships. They still have 56 balls to go. So even if they get another 60, they'll drag the total up beyond 200. And that's the tempting one, and that's as easy as it gets. Just played it nicely back to the bowler. Ayaz takes it easily. Couldn't have missed it, possibly, because that was hit nice and easy. There it comes. Ayaz makes no mistake, no celebration either. This is a little too easy. And so I expect that even Farhan from the other end is going to give the ball a lot of air. Because every time both Ayaz and Farhan have pushed the ball through a little bit, the batsman has managed to get a few runs here and there, just with the pace on the ball, able to dab it for ones and twos, but it's getting harder for them to do it when the ball is tossed up, loopy. They haven't got the ball beyond the infield. Farhan bowls it short, and there's a single to sweep a cover. Amit Atre is the new batsman. And he's on strike for the first ball now. Lets it go. Is beaten, tries to go back and cut it square of the wicket. Farhan needs to Bring him forward. Let him try and clear the infield. Yeah, that way. Dabs it to point. And this is short, and he gets it down to the deep mid wicket. Just a single. Some good flight and guile is going to get them wickets in a hurry. I think East Central understand that with the South line-up, there's no point in trying to play out the 40 overs, because if they end up at 180 or 190 as the mathematical projection shows now, that's not going to be enough. So they need to go for it, and perhaps South can attack a little bit more and go for the wickets, assuming that it's going to be a 35-36 over match innings. Looped up, and chance of a run out. Yeah, he's out. Looks like it was a direct hit. Looks like it was a direct hit because Ayaz was backing up, but he was far enough away from the stumps. It was sort of played down towards very short third man, and it was an underarm throw. But this is very interesting because the bails seem to come off after the bat has been grounded. No, I think it should be. Tough to say from this angle, but for some reason the bail appeared to have been dislodged earlier but fell off. Yeah. Yes. So when the ball hits the stumps, clearly the batsman is not even near the crease. But the bail falls off much later. Yeah. So it's had to be given not out because as per the rule, the bail needs to be completely dislodged, at least one of the bails. And that happened very late for some reason. Maybe because the ball only kissed the stumps rather than hit it. And the bail got dislodged when the bat was well inside the crease. Ayaz is back on. No runs. He goes for a mighty heave there, misses. And ball just trickles to the offside. Come on, Ayaz, toss it up. See what happens. But he bowls the faster one. This is tossed up. He beats that point fielder. Should be a couple, maybe 3. No. 2 is what it'll be. Oh, it's a boundary. It's through. Unfortunately, I cannot, sitting where I am, I cannot see that part of the ground. Yep. Through to the right of square third man for 4. And Ranga this time plays it to mid wicket, and they take an easy single. End of that over, 7 more to go. Farhan has the ball at the south end. So both he and Ayaz have 2 wickets each. .155 for 7. The projected score is 188. Once again, that attempt to flash outside the off stump. Farhan jogs back to the crease into his bowling run-up. Heaves. That'll go to wide mid-on. 2 runs once again. Farhan will want to keep the ball outside off and let the batsman go fetch it to the onside if he wants. But keep it outside off. Which he does now. Unfortunately, that's through to wide of long off, and that's a 2. Couple again. And that's lofted over the point fielder down to the sweeper for a single. I suspect the umpires have told the bowling team to get a move on, which is why Farhan is jogging back to his run-up. It's a nice shot along the ground to long off. Just 1. They have to get the scoring rate up to 7, 8, 9 and over. That's an almighty heave. And Farhan is wondering how it missed the stumps, but it did. And that's 1 more over bowled. Farhan has bowled 6, 2 for 29. Ayaz will continue from the north end. We might see an over or 2 from Shahnawaz, but other than that, I expect the spinners to continue. There's a lot of bowling depth there. I mean, I think Jignesh bowled only 3 maybe. So they have a lot in the tank in the bowling department if required. But I suspect they'll just continue with these two, and then depending on how things go, maybe an over or two from Shanavas. Singles won't exactly do it because it's 5 or 6 runs per over, not enough. They will have to go for the big hits. And I suspect the man for that is Ranga. Goes for it. And that's a beautiful shot. Timed it beautifully. It wasn't very far from Rahim in the square leg area, but he timed it beautifully. Ayaz will probably slow it down a little bit. So now we have Rahim pushed to deep square leg. There's a deep mid wicket, long on, long off. Everybody else inside the circle. This time he gets it through. No, good stop there by Point. Good stop. It's just a single. Yeah, and there's a sweeper cover on the offside. So those are the 5 outside the circle. Yep, this is tossed up and shovels it to mid-wicket. Amit wants a second. Ranga wants the strike. Let's look at the Manhattan. We'll look at it at the end of the over. Meanwhile, the sweeper cover has been pushed to more backward point on the offside, which is exactly where that ball goes. Just a single. It's flighted. Amit waits, and it's a forehand cross court down to long on for a single. Hit it along the ground. So that's how the team stands. Teams stand now. North Zone has won 2. West has won 1. And the format of this tournament is, after these games end today, tomorrow is a rest day. And then Thursday is when the semi-finals, the bowling card. So far, Fazeh has bowled his only person so far to bowl his full quota. And Rahim has been the most economical of the bowlers, 3.5 per over. Farhan and Ayaz both 2 wickets each, and then 1 each to Vishal. Amit meanwhile has got that ball to long on for a couple. Amit is looking busy and definitely creating the urgency with the running. That's an easy stumping. That's terribly easy for the keeper, who hopefully hasn't hurt himself. Look at the replay. I'm not sure what happened, because maybe it's just his pulled a muscle or something. So Farhan bowled it wide of the batsman as he came down the crease. Oh yeah, and I understand what happened because the keeper wanted to make sure he didn't go and trod on the wicket, so kind of must have twitched his calf muscle a little bit. The standard of keeping in general at this tournament and earlier tournaments which I've watched have been pretty good. It's not easy for you to stay hunched for 40 overs and concentrate and yet get these kind of stumpings. I mean, this was one of the easier ones, but you will see as this tournament goes on some really good stumpings, and almost like we see in international games where the keeper is waiting for the batsman to put his heel up before taking off the bails. This is played down, right down at his feet. You will see some of those as well, and those are not easy, so kudos to all the keepers. Meanwhile, Imran is still hobbling a bit. Gets it through to long off. Won't be more than one run. Saranga should try and farm the strike. He's on 20. .173 for 8. Ranga goes for it. That wasn't too far from Farhan. Wasn't too far at all from him. Flicked his finger. Went to his wrong hand, of course, the left hand, but wasn't half chance, I would say. And this time he gets slog out to deep mid wicket. That'll be a couple. Satish has just walked in, fresh legs, so I think the keeper wants to go off now. Yep. I hope he's not too badly injured. I think one of the teams played a game yesterday afternoon, that is the 4 p.m. game yesterday, and then played this morning. Probably the, who was it? West Zone, probably? No, North. Is Satish hammers that to the covers. Just a single. This is pushed through, hit down the ground to long on. Again, shouldn't be more than a single. We're definitely going to see a lot of lofted shots at this stage, and maybe here's one. But he's hit it well. He's hit it wide of the fielder, and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4. There is a long off, but it was well wide of him. The ball went to where extra cover would have been. The fielder from cover moves about 5 or 6 yards to his right. And this one pushed through quicker and played out to the backward point. Good strong throw. Back to the bowler. This is in the block hole. Digs it out to square leg. There's no point having a shy and risking an overthrow at this stage of the innings, because unless you have a fantastic throwing arm, you're not going to be able to beat the batsman. Ayaz gets another wicket. Full block hole delivery. The batsman swings, and it's a you miss, I hit type of bowling. Which is ideally what you should do to tail-enders. There it is. Full length. Stump to stump. Spun a little bit, but beat the batsman comprehensively. So East Central lose another wicket, and it's also their settled batsman. So we have Satish and Adnan Rao, the captain, walking in. 3 overs to go. Can they get the score beyond 200? Farhan is in now. Dab to point. Is Adnan going to rotate strike, or will he go for it from the first ball? Unfortunately, at this stage of the innings, there isn't room for you to come and settle in and take your time. His play takes the safe option, goes along the ground to where mid-off would have been, gets a single. I'm expecting Satish to have a big heave. Goes along the ground as well and times it beautifully, places it well, times it beautifully, wide of long on for 4. The discussion would have been, let's not get all out. We have 15 balls. Let's try and get at least 15 runs. If you're lucky, 20. Oh, that's beautifully hit. But, yeah, catchable, but just out of reach of the mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and that's 4 again. Looked catchable, but just out of reach of that fielder, and goes through for 4. Satish Reddy turning it on here, and just as well and just in time. Flashes, misses this time. Farhan has gone for a few runs this over. This time he goes leg side, and that'll be 4. This time it's a conventional sweep shot to square leg. And East Central will take it, will take every run at this stage. Doesn't matter how they come, but this one was nicely hit. In fact, all 3 boundaries this over have been nicely hit. Satish doing the job here. He's 18 from 10 balls. Adnan, you'll probably see rotating the strike and getting Satish on strike as soon as he can. What happened there? Did he miss a run out? Let's take a look. Looks like that. The batsman ground. Yeah, Satish managed to ground his bat just in time. It was flicked off Ayaz's fingers. This time Adnan heaves it to mid-wicket. That is a dicey second run, but they make it. Satish was very quick. He was running to the danger end, but he made it comfortably in the end. It looked a little dicey, but he made it comfortably. That's a quicker one. Adnan this time hits the ball to point and gets Satish on strike. Let's see whether Ayaz tosses it up or pushes it through. It pushes it through. And is that 4? Yes, that's another boundary. That's another boundary. Dragged the ball down, and it was easy picking for Satish. Gets it to deep mid wicket for 4. And suddenly they're past 200. May even get to 220. This is dragged down on the leg side and he misses out. Satish must be cursing himself for missing out on that. One more over to go. They'll have to make it a big one. East Central will have to make it a big one. So Jignesh will bowl the last over. Adnan is on strike. We are exactly at the 3-hour mark. And that short dragged down, pulled, and they scrambled through for 2. Should they have stayed with just a single? So Satish keeps strike. Almost the same shot again. But this time it'll be a single, and that brings Satish on strike. 4 balls remaining. Satish is on 22 of 12. And Jignesh goes outside the off stump, but a little too wide. Oh, that's well hit. Falls short. Falls comfortably short of long on, and they go through for 2. There's an appeal. There's an appeal. Has he made it or not? The batsman is in. Jignesh continues. This is pitched up and driven to long off. Just a single. This one again down to long off. And again a single. The last ball of this innings coming up. 212 is not bad at all considering where they were just half an hour ago. Oh, he drops the return catch. They scramble through for 2 and they end up at 214 in their 40 overs. So that's the situation. South will need 2-1-5-2. This is the batting card. Masood Rana made 15, Ketan Patel 40, Sandeep Karwa 16, Shrikant Ranganathan 11, Mukesh Silal 30, Ravi Shankar 9, Mahesh Surya 7, Rangarajan 27, Amitatri 8, Satish finished up also on 27 but just off 15, and Adnan not out 8 of 8. Let's look at the bowling card. So Rahim, the most economical of all the bowlers. Farhan, the most successful, along with Ayaz. Both have 3 wickets each. And then a wicket each to Fazeh, Rahim and Vishal. 215 for 9, and we'll take the dinner break now.
In commercial construction, we are very honored to be able to donate to the Masters Cricket USA organization and be able to help with the over 50s national tournament. We are so confident that if you use us, we'll have you hitting 4s and 6s in no time. Good luck to everyone.
Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think. Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
We're a general contractor located in the Atlanta area specializing in commercial construction. We are very honored to be able to donate to the Masters Cricket USA organization and be able to help with the over 50s national tournament. We are so confident that if you use us, we'll have you hitting 4s and 6s in no time. Good luck to everyone.
Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think. Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
We're a general contractor located in the Atlanta area specializing in commercial construction. We are very honored to be able to donate to the Masters Cricket USA organization and be able to help with the over 50s national tournament. We are so confident that if you use us, we'll have you hitting 4s and 6s in no time. Good luck to everyone.
Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think. Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
We're a general contractor located in the Atlanta area specializing in commercial construction. We are very honored to be able to donate to the Masters Cricket USA organization and be able to help with the over 50s national tournament. We are so confident that if you use us, we'll have you hitting 4s and 6s in no time. Good luck to everyone.
Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think. Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
We're a general contractor located in the Atlanta area specializing in commercial construction. We are very honored to be able to donate to the Masters Cricket USA organization and be able to help with the over 50s national tournament. We are so confident that if you use us, we'll have you hitting 4s and 6s in no time. Good luck to everyone.
Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think. Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
We're a general contractor located in the Atlanta area specializing in commercial construction. We are very honored to be able to donate to the Masters Cricket USA organization and be able to help with the over 50s national tournament. We are so confident that if you use us, we'll have you hitting 4s and 6s in no time. Good luck to everyone.
Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think. Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
We're a general contractor located in the Atlanta area specializing in commercial construction. We are very honored to be able to donate to the Masters Cricket USA organization and be able to help with the over 50s national tournament. We are so confident that if you use us, we'll have you hitting 4s and 6s in no time. Good luck to everyone.
Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think. Even the best in the world of business needs a transformation partner who can help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
We're a general contractor located in the Atlanta area specializing in commercial construction. We are very honored to be able to donate to the Masters Cricket US.
This is Uday Tembulkar. Welcome you back after the dinner break. South will start their batting. And the question really is this going to be another exciting finish? We saw two exciting games yesterday. The second one finishing off the last ball. Let's see what happens here. So Balaji to start the bowling for East Central. Naveen is on strike. Here we go. We're ready for the first ball. Bala steams in. And that's good pace, but he's offline. That ball whizzed through pretty quick. Starts with a wide, so South are off the mark with one. Again down the leg side. Good keeping by the keeper. Keeper diving to his left. Ten or 12-yard run up, but this is punch to backward point for a single. First runs off the bat. So Bala continuing over the wicket to the left-hander. And my apologies, that was Rafe on strike earlier and now it's Naveen. So they have a left-right combination like East Central had at the top. Packed offside field, the 4 in the circle on the off. And Naveen gets this to backward of point. Square third man for a single. He's off the strike of the first ball. So the field for Balaji now switching for the right-handed Rafe. Slip, point, cover, mid-off. Backward point on the boundary and the third man. So Balaji's run-up is just at 10 or 12 steps, but he is generating most of the pace on his last couple of steps. The quick arm action. And this is driven to mid-off. Rafe wanted a single, but really wasn't there. The ball went quickly. Balaji is back. And well played. Back to the bowler. Rafe wringing his right hand, so probably jarred it a bit. Maybe he's hitting the bat a little bit quicker than you expect. That's short, and Rafe launches that to deep mid-wicket for 4. Short, leg stumpish, and Rafe swings that to mid-wicket. Nice shot, and South are off and running. He's very quickly on it. So at the end of the first over, it's 8 for no loss. As expected, it's going to be Himanshu Patadia from the north end. Left arm spin. Himanshu setting his field. And he'll be bowling to Naveen, the left-hander. So he's got a short third man, point, cover, extra cover and mid-off, all on the offside. And Naveen gets this, drives it to long on for a single. There's also a long off, and I would say a deep mid on. He's not on the fence, but he seems to be now walking towards the fence. So yes, a long off and a long on. And now a sweeper cover for the right-handed Rafe. So if you observe Himanshu's bowling, when he is bowling close to the stumps, it's normally the leg spinner. And when he goes wide of the stumps, it's the arm ball. There it is. That's his arm ball. So you'll see him going wide of the stumps, and that's when you expect an arm ball. Not sure if he can bowl a straighter one from there, but once again, that ball coming in. That's a single to cover. Himanshu will generally keep it tight. Bowled very, very economically yesterday. Oh, Naveen gets this in the middle of the bat, swings, swivels, and gets it to deep square for a single. Field adjusts to the right-hander again. And that's the end of the second over. 11 for no loss. Balaji to continue from the south end. Oh, that's a lovely pickup shot. Beautiful pickup shot, but it just gets him a single. Just swiveled around. Got it down to fine leg. Square third man almost. Square leg almost. Now it's the right-handed Rafi. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Lovely shot, but just a single to backward point. I think both batsmen enjoying the pace from this end. And they have to they have to manage the guile of Himanshu at the other end. But meanwhile, the ball is coming on nicely to their bat. And that's bowled in the block hole. And well played back to the bowler. And this one is on a length, pushed to the covers. Better control on line in this over from Balaji. It's off the pads, trickles to the leg side and no runs. Much better over from Balaji. Looks more dangerous when he pitches the ball a little further up. And that's too full, but Naveen misses out, hits it straight to the fielder. End of over 3, it's 13 for no loss. Himanshu to continue from the other end. So Himanshu for a second over. That's flighted. Rafi waits on it and plays it to point. This time plays forward. Same result. And Himanshu bowling beautifully as usual, keeping it tight. Rafi playing it quietly. And that's the arm ball. Yep. They go through for a single. That needed a direct hit. So I'll expect Himanshu to bowl his 8 overs for about 30 runs. He swings across the line, but let's look at the replay. I think the ball clearly hit him outside off. Not really. But ruled not out, so that's that. So I'll expect Himanshu to bowl his 8 for about approximately 30 runs, so which means they have to get a lot of runs of the other overs. So Balaji is back on now for his third over, moving the deep square leg fielder a little bit. Oh, that's a huge hit. Again short, again picked up length very quickly, and that's into the stands at mid-wicket. Picked up length very, very quickly. And Balaji knows, put his hand up immediately. Just too short. Rafe is reading length extremely quickly. He was on his back foot in a flash, and the ball was in the stands in no time. So assuming Himanshu keeps things tight from the north end, south openers Rafe and Naveen will have to keep going at the other end to get their run rate. This again a lovely shot for no runs. Straight to the cover fielder. Both these batsmen looking good so far. Another short ball, and this time it is straight into the hands of the deep square leg. Didn't time this as well as the previous one. It wasn't as short, and he had moved the deep square leg a little more towards mid-wicket. And Rafe hit it straight into his pocket. Good catch there. Again, not easy to spot in the lights, but it was in the air long enough for the fielder to get it absolutely right. So it's Raheel Khan now coming in at number 3. And they keep their left-right combination. Raheel is right-handed, so Naveen will force the adjustment from the bowlers when they bowl to him. That's taken on the full, hit hard, but only as far as point. It must have stung because it came quickly to the fielder. Same fielder, but this time off the back foot and not hit as hard as the previous one. Outside the off stump, a play and a miss. Change of bat for Raheel. Which one will he pick? Okay, he's ready. Another wicket or two here, it will make it interesting, despite the long lineup that South has. Naveen flicks it to mid-wicket, but straight to the fielder there. Once again, played soft with soft hands down to short point. Mistimed completely. Naveen tried the sweep, got the top edge, but the ball balloons and falls right behind the keeper. Not a chance really, because there was nobody there and it was way beyond the reach of the keeper. And that's a really nice single. Good understanding between the two. Raheel just looked up and Naveen was off. Naveen shuffling in his crease to disturb Himanshu's rhythm. They run a very sharp single there, but Naveen was well in. He was going to the danger end. Ran with the shot. That'll be the arm ball. Stay straight this time. Misfield gives away a single. So that's the end of the sixth over, sorry. 24 for 1. South will want to make sure that the runs balls ratio doesn't become adverse at this stage. And Balaji will continue. Right now it's 192 required in 204 balls. 34 overs to go, and Balaji steams in now to bowl to Raheel. That's punched off the back foot to the sweeper cover. Too short. Left-handed Naveen is on strike now. Swivels and gets it down to deep square leg. Naveen is always shuffling in his crease and trying to disturb the batsman's line and length. That looks adjacent. That looks adjacent. And he's been given. That looked adjacent. He played across the line, missed it. It looked out. There's a little bit of movement in, and it looked out from the naked eye for the naked eye, and clearly in the slow motion replay, it would have hit middle and leg. Maybe the top of the stumps, but it would have hit middle and leg. So South in some kind of trouble now. They've lost 2 quick wickets. They've shuffled their batting lineup with a thought perhaps of making sure everybody gets a good hit. That's 2 wickets for Balaji, and he's looked good. Comes in again. It's punched down to mid-off. No runs. It's taken on the full and driven again to mid-off for no runs. Probably too early, but I haven't seen a slower ball variation yet. Dug out nicely, full length. End of the 7th over. It's 26 for 2. And the new batsman is Jignesh Desai, so we have 2 lefties now at the crease. And Naveen gets it to cover. There's no run. There was a little bit of a yes and no there, but finally, no run. It's outside the off stump. Naveen strokes it to cover. Was looking for a single, but once again, it's travelled quickly and straight to the fielder there. Quick chat between Naveen and Jignesh. And this is short, and Naveen gets it through the field. It'll run down towards the boundary, stopped well short, but that's a couple. This time it's flicked towards fine leg, And that's a couple again. There's nobody at fine leg. There's a backward square. So both the keeper and the backward square went for it. Imanshu bowling with a 5-4 field. Shortish mid-off and a long off. This time it's flicked, but straight to the mid-wicket fielder. Short and wide, but Naveen kind of misses out. Should have got at least a single off that ball. Looks like Balaji will continue from the south end. Temperatures dropped to 67. Remember when we started the match at 4 in the afternoon? It was about 76. So it's really gorgeous temperature to play cricket. Balaji is back in. That's short. And that's pulled away, but gets it a little finer than he thought he would. So it's just a single. Ground fielding has been good so far. This time he hits it square, but there's also a backward square leg. And this shot goes directly to the backward square leg. Jignesh is back on strike. Defends into the covers. And that's taken on the full, but extra covers in the way. Nice looking shot for no runs from Jignesh. Exactly the same repeated again. Played down to extra cover. Oh, he's beaten. Was there an edge? He's definitely beaten. Not sure if there was an inside edge. That's the end of the over. We'll have the scorecard on for you in a moment. 33 now for 2. 9 overs. And the equation is almost getting to a runner ball now. They need 183 in 186. Weather is not an issue, but the DLS par score at this time is 53. So as a comparison with East Central, they were, I think, 40 something at this stage in 9 overs. So it's more or less even, but South has lost one more wicket. This is Satish Reddy from the north end. That's dragged down, and that's hammered to sweeper cover for a single. Satish setting his field for Naveen. Quicker. A sharp single. Sharp single, well run. The mid-off was inside the circle, but these kind of situations only work with a direct hit, which wasn't the case here. It happens too quickly for anybody to back up and take the bails off. Meanwhile, the mid-off is now pushed down to long off. Satish is back. A better ball played down the wicket. It's driven nicely to point for no runs. They steal a single here in front of point. The ball was placed to his left. It's interesting that Himanshu was taken off, and these days it's a lot about the matchups, and generally left arm bowlers are taken off when left-handers are batting. And off. Oh, there goes another wicket. There goes another wicket. That was quicker. Naveen was probably late on that. Let's take a look at the... Yes, quicker through the air, got his boot, plumb in front. Naveen missed the line a little bit. He had his bat pretty close to his feet, but missed his bat, hit his boot, and that was the end of that. So, we are going to see an exciting game, it appears. South have lost their third wicket. It's 36 for 3 at the end of 10 overs. And Farhan comes in at number 5 with his team in a difficult situation. It's run a ball now. Played down to mid-off for no runs. So normally you would see Himanshu bowl through 6 or 7 overs from one end. But with the 2 left-handers, he was replaced by Satish. And then Satish goes on and takes a wicket. So that was a single. Farhan putting his hand up for Jignesh, apologizing. And that was a single there. And I suppose with Farhan back on, we might see Himanshu come back from this end. That's taken on the full and driven beautifully down the wicket for 4. Very classy shot. Just takes one step forward, meets it on the full, and almost seems to not hit it. Just pushes it and it goes through for 4. Don't know why he went across the line this time. It wasn't short enough. It didn't get up too much. I think Farhan telling him that just play straight, which would be the right advice. There was no need to attempt that shot. Could have easily played it onto his wickets or under-edged it. And this time Balaji does not complete his bowling action. But Jignesh practices the pull shot. That's pitched up and played to mid-off. No runs. This time he gets it to the right of mid-off, and that's a boundary. Nice shot along the ground. Risk-free cricket. And they get 8 off this over. I guess Satish will continue. Yes, he will. And come over the wicket, I suppose, to the right-hander. These two are leading batsmen in the team, and I expect that they would want to put together a big partnership here. At least 50 plus, if not more. And Farhan eases into his forward defensive shot to point. These two are both easy on the eye kind of batsmen. They play sort of traditional cricket. And Farhan hits a lot in the V, as does Jignesh. You just saw two off drives from him in the previous over. So they're not going to miss out on any bad balls. So East Central will have to be on their A game from a bowling perspective to these two, making sure that they string together a lot of good balls here, because anything short or full will disappear. Like this one. Just a single this time, but that was short outside off. And this is push to point, easy single. The spectators in the stands will need blankets. I hope they brought pullovers, sweaters, whatever. Otherwise, they're going to need blankets. It is starting to get cold, and out in the open, it's probably 2 or 3 degrees lower. And Jignesh gets it on the onside, was looking for the single, but wasn't there, didn't go far enough from the bowler. And this is defended to extra cover. .47 for 3 of 12. The equation now 169, needed of 168. The required rate is just over 6 and over. Bowling change, and I guess that is Adnan Rao from the south end. I think he went for a few runs in that tight game last night. Must be better warmed up by now and should be ready to go. Slip, point, cover mid-off. Short on the leg side, and that's pulled to mid-on for a single. Wide of mid-on. Jignesh on strike, so Adnan decides to go around the wicket. Off the pads, probably. Yeah. Into the leg side for a single. I think Farhan will like pace on the ball at this stage of his innings. Let's see if that's the case. Short, and he tries the square cut, misses. There was some misunderstanding there. It's Farhan's call, Jignesh. It was in front of the wicket and Farhan hadn't moved or called. This one is just guided down to third man. That'll be a single. The last thing South want at this stage is a run out, and so these two have to settle down quickly into a rhythm. That's a good run, because that was Jignesh's call, the striker, and as soon as he started running, Farhan took off as well. So 51 for 3. The runs to balls ratio already adverse. 165 now required of 162, but there is still a lot of batting to come, and Satish will continue from the north end. Off the back foot to sweep a cover. I was saying earlier, these two look very easy on the eye. Both of them play very correctly. Oh! Farhan completely played down the wrong line. Satish gets another wicket, a very important one. Farhan playing down the wrong line. Didn't expect the turn. Played outside the ball and came and hit off stump. So we'll have the drinks break now. 52 for 4 is the score. Quick look at the batting card. Naveen 13, Rafe 14. Rahil got 3. This is the bowling card. Both Balaji and Satish, the 2 wicket takers, 2 each. 164 required of 160. And Rahim comes in. This is the match summary. East Central Zone made 215 for 9 in their 40 overs. And chasing that score, South are 52 for 4 in 13.2. And they have to get to their target at over 6 on over from here. It's not going to be easy, so I suspect we are in for another exciting finish today. Let's see what happens after the break. So we are back after that drinks break. Rahim Ali is the new batsman. He's the right-hander, like Farhan was. And Farhan looks back at that ball. He probably did not expect it to turn. Turned a little bit, not a lot, but he played outside the line of the ball. Rahim is not going to hang around. He's saw that wide outside the off-stump ball and went for it. Play and a miss. This match does not really affect any rankings or... Oh, that could be... No. Rahim flicked that off his legs to mid-wicket, but the ball fell short of... Who was that? Himanshu? Probably. At mid-wicket. Again, the catch in front of you is never easy to take. Let's take a look at that again. And we also show you the worm which will Jignesh has to be there now, play through the innings. Let's have the worm to show how the two teams have progressed. Meanwhile, the required run rate has climbed to 6.27. Adnan is back on from the south end. Here's Adnan for the 15th over. That was like a half attempt to play the ball. Adnan wants his deep fine leg inside the circle. Is he going to send somebody on the offside out? No. Here he is. This time beats him. He's getting a good nip off the wicket. Perhaps slightly shorter than he would like. Oh, he strokes that beautifully, times it beautifully, but straight to long off all along the ground, so just a single. Jignesh checking out the field, but it's still on the move. They settle now, and Adnan wants to go around the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's a lovely shot. Is he going to make it to the boundary? Yes. Probably the shot of the day today. A lovely flowing on drive. Half flick, half drive. Threaded the needle there. It's too far for the long on to get to. Tried some football moves with it, but it was just beautifully struck. This is full again, and this time he flicks it closer to the mid-wicket fielder, so they get a single. Tight run, but you need to take those chances. Where they are right now, they will have to take every run that's available. And this time Rahim shot, square cuts that, but straight to third man. Single to complete the over. Adnan has bowled his 2 overs for 11, 60 for 4. The required run rate still hovering well above 6.24. Satish to continue. Rahim misses that back foot punch. This time he taps it, almost a late cut. That might run down to the boundary for 4. Yes, it does. Tapped down to third man like a late cut, and he got it down past the fielder. And on this outfield, if you timed it decently, and you got it through the infield, it will run down for 4. So here's the worm. You can clearly make out why South is behind the game right now. They've lost 2 more wickets, and their run rate at this point is far lower. Rahim is supposed to be a free scoring batsman, and I assume that's the reason he's come ahead of Mohsin and a couple of others. This is dabbed into point. That's a single for the taking. They run through quickly. So these two, Jignesh and Rahim, also play for South Stallions, who recently won the tournament in Atlanta a couple of months ago. And so their running between the wickets should be pretty good. Satish pushes that through quick, and it's defended. Tries to get a sweep, gets it off his pads, I believe. Or did he play it? Yeah, it looks like it was off his bat. It's a single, and that's the end of the over. .150, exactly 150 now required in 144 balls. Adnan is going to continue, and the left-hander is keeping the other left-hander, Himanshu, away from the bowling. Adnan round the wicket, down the leg side. The keeper getting a lot of exercise today, first from Balaji and now a couple of times after that. This is a really good single. Soft hands, played to short mid-on. Enough time to go across. Nicely run. Adnan back over the wicket, and there was no run here. Dabbed into the covers. Rahim goes for an almighty swing at that. Not sure exactly what he was thinking, but needs to be a little patient here. It's not yet. Oh, this one he does go for it. Hits it straight back over the bowler's head. Safest place to play a lofted shot, and that's 4. He's better off doing that. Played it straight back over the bowler's head. And that has meant mid-off being pushed back. It was almost a wide, the last ball. That's beautifully hit. Wide of the sweeper, and that'll run down for 4 as well. Through extra cover, to the left of short extra, and well to the right of the sweeper on the offside. Beautifully struck. Welcome runs for South. If these two can stay together for the next 10 overs or so, I would expect another 70 or 80 runs. And Jignesh dabs it to square leg. He's going to do the smart thing and turn the strike over to Rahim. So I expect you'll see that as well. Rahim getting a lot of the strike because he seems to be hitting the ball very well. He's timed it beautifully. Whenever he's tried to play straight. And they must have realized that there are runs to be had fairly risk-free. They just have to apply themselves, wait for the bad ball, and then play straight. Sweeper on the leg side is brought in. I'm not sure what the idea is. It's played back. That's an invitation to Rahim to go over the top, over mid-wicket. But he taps it to cover. Again, easy single. And these two are taking the singles very easily, making it look simple. They are, some of them have been tight runs. But understanding has been good. The running between wickets has been good. Once again, played to the right of extra cover. And they go through for another single. It's going to be interesting. If Satish drops the ball short, it's going to disappear over mid-wicket. Let's see if that's the case. He's bowled him. He has bowled him neck and crop. Satish bowling a dream spell here. Is almost identical to Farhan. Farhan also played outside the line of the ball. Perhaps Satish is getting a little bit of a dip where the ball finishes closer to the stumps than you think it will. And Rahim played outside the line of the ball. Almost identical dismissal, which brings Ayaz to the crease. Satish has bowled extremely well. It's 3 wickets for just 17 of almost 5 overs. Which means he has 3 more to go. And quick discussion between Jignesh and Ayaz. South in serious trouble now, 79 for 5. Equation is about to run a ball. They need 137 and 133. And Ayaz just strokes that to the sweeper cover for a single to get off the mark. Pitched up and played it along the ground. That's the end of the over. That was the 18th over. And this game looks like it'll go down to the wire. Himanshu is back from the south end. No. Who do we have? It's Rizwan from the south end. Right arm over is what the umpire says to the batsman, who is now ready. And so is Rizwan to bowl his first ball of the match. Ayaz misses out on that one. It's a bye as the umpire, as the keeper also misses it. Single to start this over. I can just feel that this is going to be another close finish. Jignesh will have to be a little extra careful. He's the set batsman. Can't afford to lose him now. He goes straight. That's risk-free batting. Just a single, but if you want to loft the ball, that's the best place. Brings Ayaz on strike now. And this hits it through the cover fielder down to long off. That's an easy couple. Went through the hands of the cover fielder. That's one more, this time to the right of that cover fielder, but just a single. Ayaz playing it along the ground so far. That's the end of the over. It's 85 for 5 in of 19 overs. The required run rate still at 6.24, which is a reasonable amount at this stage. It won't be if there are 6 overs left. But right now, it means they will have to keep getting 5 or 6 and over and keep within touching distance of the required run rate. I'm very eager to find out at what stage Himanshu comes back into bowl, because ideally it should be at the fall of another wicket, or if these two batsmen get stuck in, then you would want to bring him in to hope that he would get a wicket. And if he comes in at the fall of a wicket, he would basically turn the screws on, because if he's going to give you just 3 runs and over, then you'll quickly fall out of the run rate. And Ayaz flashes that to backward point, but just 2, as there is a sweeper who cleans up along the ground again, but he would have loved to get a boundary. If he had hit it a little wider, it would have been a boundary. Hit it square and straight to the backward point. There's a large gap here, which Ayaz goes for. Okay, but again, the sweeper is able to cut off, and that's a single. This is exceptional bowling from the off spinner. Just 21 runs so far of his 3 overs. Of his 5.2 overs for the 3 wickets. He's bowled beautifully. Right now, these two just milking the bowling. They'll try and play risk-free cricket for the next 5 or 6 overs. Try getting 5 or 6 and over, and then see how they go after that. 4 of this over so far. The last ball coming up. And that's where Ayaz wanted it, and that's an easy couple. You can run one for the throw. So they get their 6 of this over, and they won't be unhappy. 125 now needed at 120 balls. Ayaz just settling in, and Jignesh starting to milk the bowling and rotate the strike consistently. It's interesting that Satish hasn't bowled too many bad balls. It's terrific bowling. That's short and pulled to deep mid-wicket. Change of field for the right-hander. Slows it down. Ayaz goes down the ground to long on, and that'll be a single. Rizwan. Did he try a leg break? I'm not sure. It appeared so, or some kind of top spinner. Oh, he goes down the ground. This should be 4. No. Adnan is in the way. At long off. Jignesh hit that along the ground, hit it powerfully. But Adnan was at straight long off. And this is flicked to square leg for a single. So they have 4 of this over so far. 1 ball to go. And they will want at least 2. We'll know soon if that's what their target is. Get 6 off each over. Well, they're going to get just 5 this time off this over, because that's it to the sweeper cover for a single. .96 for 5. The required run rate 6.32, marginally higher. So we have a bowling change at the north end. So that's Nasir Javed. From the north end, and presumably that's off spin. No, it is not. It's leg spin, and played out into the covers. No runs. This is not going to be easy to score off because there isn't any pace to work with. Jignesh is on 30. That's short, and that should be a boundary. He's out. It's hit straight to the fielder. Short ball. And that's probably genius field setting. Ball came quickly to the fielder, who didn't probably have any time to think. That's just bad luck for him. Bad luck for the batsman because he hit it sweetly, but almost picked out the fielder.
Headphone nahi?
Whatever I say, I can just get it. You guys. But live feed is on the front.
Big wicket going down.
Yeah, big wicket going down. And we welcome Faisal Akhtar to the commentary box.
Thank you, Uday bhai. What do you think? It's looking like a very seesaw game. I think.
Yeah, it looked like at some point South would make it comfortably early on, of course, but now it looks very, very difficult.
I think that there's plenty of batting still in the bank. You know, Himani, he opened in the last match.
Correct.
You still got Fazeh Abbasi, who is a devastating batsman and actually all-rounder. And he usually opens the batting. So there's some batting back there left, but still you got only 4 wickets to play with. So
yeah.
Charlie Bai is one of the best, though.
They also have 4 overs left of Himanshu.
Okay.
And those typically won't fetch them more than 3 runs and over.
Yeah, Himanshu is a very calculated bowler. He has got me out too, so I know he's a really good bowler. Rizwan Bhai is there. Rizwan is a accomplished spinner. Was wrapped on the pad, I think, or he played. I don't know.
It's off the bat. But yeah, I mean, Ayaz will now have to play a long innings. I thought Jignesh was the guy to do that, but it's unfortunate he picked out the fielder.
It's shocking to see what Jignesh. He looked perfectly settled, and I thought he's going to go for 100, as he's very capable of. But that ball was out there, was so tempting. He just picked the fielder out.
Yeah. And went too quickly to the fielder because I think when you have time, you can make a mistake. But in this case, he had no time.
No.
Just went straight to him.
So South still has really good batters. I mean, Ayaz is a local legend.
Yeah.
And he opens the batting we have so many openers.
Yeah, he opened yesterday.
Yeah, so there's a lot of openers. So I don't think they will be very, worried. But they need a partnership. At the same time, I think Rizwan Bhai and Charlie Bhai are are a brilliant duo.
Yeah, I was saying that the thing is that they're not giving the batsman any pace,
Right.
and that becomes very difficult. How long can you keep getting singles and twos? And if they're keeping it tight, not bowling bad balls, it becomes difficult.
Yeah.
See what I mean? No pace to work with.
Right. What do you think, Uday, by the pitch? Has it quickened a little bit in the evening? I feel like it's getting on.
I didn't watch yesterday, so it's difficult to say, but I thought when Faze was bowling in particular, he got a good amount of nip and bounce off the pitch. And even Balaji, who was bowling from the south end. So Faze bowled all his overs from the north end, and Balaji bowled from this end. Both of them got good bounce. The keeper got good carry.
Yeah, yeah.
And so
Fazeh still opens the bowling for my club, so he's a
that's
he-
short.
yeah. That's that's Ayaz's favorite shot. You know, the cut.
Yeah, but only for one. They will have to get some boundaries because the equation is now 115 of 104.
Generally, in the Masters, the spinners have always played a big role. Um, all the games I've played, it seems like it's just a parade of spinners because, at our age, most people convert themselves from medium pacers to spinners. But today I've seen a lot of good medium pace bowling too.
Right.
So, Rahim and Fazeh, Shahnawaz Bhai, and
Correct.
then Adnan and,
Balaji.
bowl
Correct.
really good. Oh, cut away.
That
This
should
might go for
get a
4.
boundary. That should go through. Yes, it does.
Yes.
Go finally a boundary for South. That's a welcome boundary. They've been. I think this boundary has come after 3 or 4 overs.
Yeah, very precious runs.
Look at the fall of wickets so far.
Was that Rafe Bhai?
That was
Oh.
Rafe, yes.
Rafe Bhai is a classy batsman.
And then this was,
Rahil, yeah, that looked pretty
that looked very
adjacent.
plumb. Missed the line completely. And then these two
Naveen, yes,
yeah,
that was very
hit his boot.
yes.
This one played outside
Farhan
the
Bhai
line,
played the wrong line.
played the wrong line, and so did Rahim.
Yep. Well, I think Rahim would, if he watches that shot, he batted so good. I think he just went across the line. And
This
this
one-
one is, this
one
one. I
was-
think Jignesh will not sleep tonight after this one.
You might not sleep for a few days.
Yes. Mustafa tried to cut that ball.
.106 for 6.
Charlie Bhai bowling very good line and length. He bowls those. He can bowl the ball on exact length where he wants it. That's one of his great talents.
Yeah.
He picks a spot and he can deliver the ball right there.
Does he bowl mostly top spinners? Is he trying to bowl leg
Yeah,
spin?
he bowls googlies and leggies. I think he represented the USA just like Jignesh decided on the international level, and he's got a profile in Cricket Info, which I'm sure is available for us. Now that's
That's
cut
to
away.
sweeper for a single. 6.5 required, over 6.5. South will feel a little better once the required runs come under 100. Just psychologically, it feels closer.
Yes.
And then once it comes down under 50, but that's a long way off.
Ayaz is looking comfortable. I think he's driving and cutting well. It's just a matter of lasting the overs, and the runs will, automatically come. This ground is so beautiful, and the outfield is just immaculate. Like, you get value for your hits.
So you know the team, you know the people in
wide.
the team, and that's at least one, just one by and wide.
That's a wide, yes. 2 runs.
So you know the people. Who do you think will come in next?
I came here late, but I don't know who's back there. I can probably look at the lineup and tell you who's coming next. But I would say Faze. For me,
That's
I rate
nicely hit, but only for a single, perhaps. Yes.
I rate Faze Abbasi as not only one of the best players in the 50 plus, but he's just one of the best players I've ever played with or against, just like Jignesh. So I think he's just a devastating player, not only in batting but bowling. And I'm hoping that he comes next, because I wouldn't have. I can't imagine him coming later than, I don't know, 7 down.
Mm-hmm.
He has got to get in next.
So Rizwan will continue. That's short.
Oh, that ball was almost wide.
Nice shot,
But
and
it's
it's 2 for
gone for
4.
Great job by Rizwan. By Ayaz, because he
Managed to get it
he
to the left.
converted a white ball to a boundary. So,
Yeah, he managed to get it to the left of the extra cover.
like I said, if you middle the ball here, you will get value for your.
Yeah, if you
your
clear the
strokes.
infield, it's normally through. But he also placed it well, because
Oh yeah,
there was not just any fielder, Himanshu there.
Ayaz is a ferocious cutter of the ball.
Yep. It was not just any other
So you don't want to
fielder.
give him any width.
Yeah.
He will destroy it.
115 for 6. 16 overs approximately left.
Oh,
Ayaz
swing
goes
and a
for an
miss. Ayaz going for
almighty
the big hit.
heave. Misses.
Good bowling by Rizwan Bhai.
So they have Faze, they have Mohsin. Oh, this time he genuinely beats
Wow, that was a great delivery by Rizwan Bhai.
him. Genuinely beats
Totally
him.
beaten. Ayaz is playing with fire, but because that ball was just too close to cut.
Yeah. So Faisal, apart from Faze, there's Mohsin, right?
I think what I understand, he's not in the batting 11 today.
Oh, I see.
Oh, and that's
That
a great
looks
throw.
close.
Unbelievable.
Yes, he's gone.
Unbelievable throw.
These direct hits.
That is gone. That is a great piece of fielding by Balaji, I believe.
I'm not sure who that was, but
He's getting all the high fives, so I'm going to assume it's him.
these direct hits are very, very tricky. If you
Wow,
get a direct hit.
that's a crucial wicket going down of Himani for the South. I think Suhash Naik is coming next. So I forgot Suhash was back there. Suhash is one of the more accomplished sweet timers of the ball. He's a my God, not even in the
He
frame.
was not even in the frame. Yeah.
Yeah, the umpire didn't have to think too much about that one.
No need for a replay.
Wow.
To
South
decide.
is blessed with batsmen all the way up to 11, and Suhash Naik would come normally at number 3 or number 4 for any team, and here he is coming in at 8. So the batting is still there,
9, actually.
or at 9.
Yeah.
So the batting is there. We just need to be. They need to put together a partnership. And Suhash is the kind of player who will calm your nerves if you're the his batting partner, because Suhash's defense is very impeccable, and he takes singles and rotates and plays beautifully and fluently. So when you bat with Suhash, you know that your partner is in good control.
I think I saw him. Did he play for the Stallions?
He's played for, yes, yes,
Right. I think
yeah.
I
We've done many battles together.
So I think I saw him in the final. Did he play in the recent final which Stallions won?
No, he played for the other team, not for Stallions.
Okay.
He hasn't played for Stallions in about I think a year or so.
Okay.
But he has played in the past with us.
Okay.
Let's
Yeah.
let's watch the wickets. There's Jiggy again. He will not forget this one, man. The look of desperation, and this one is just brilliance in the field.
Yeah. You can't do
I
anything
mean,
about it.
You
You
just,
just
gotta
have to
tip the hat to the fielder. I mean,
Exactly.
that's incredible.
tip the hat.
You're hitting one stump, and you
Yeah.
know that's just hats off. Charlie by back in attack, and Ayaz.
So Mohsin is not playing. You think Fazeh would be next.
I mean, I would have to say yes.
And then who else?
I don't know who's left on the bench. Or maybe Imran Bhai. No, maybe I don't know if Imran Bhai is.
I think
batting
he's
11.
injured himself
Okay.
because he was hobbling.
So there's the bench. I see people covering themselves. Okay, I see Fazeh.
And that's sweetly timed,
Yes,
but
Ayaz
only for a
plays it
single.
well.
It's only a single, so the pressure is on.
Charlie Bhai is known in the USA for his flowing locks of hair. Something that I cannot do anymore at this stage in life.
And I've decided not to.
Yes. I was going to ask you, what shampoo are you using?
The same one as Adnan.
Charlie Bhai is, I got to say, he's one of the funniest guys. I really enjoy. Every time I see him, he just makes you laugh.
Oh,
that
that
was
came
a
in.
googly.
Yeah, that came in.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of chatter going down among the fielders right now. I think they're pumped up. They know they're, I believe, 2 wickets away, or 3 wickets, I think.
Yeah, 3 wickets away.
Oh,
I mean,
that
at
was
the-
a
at this-
very good ball and nicely played by Oz.
At this point, you have to say this is East Central's game to lose. If they
Well,
do not win from here,
hypothetically speaking, but I would say that given the batting strength of the I guess I'm going to call them Stallions, but the South team, I think anything is possible.
okay, we shall see.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wrapped in the
No,
pads.
that's missing leg.
Missing leg. But I think the ball's skidding on Uday. I was down there for a while and I could see the ball. I don't know if it's due or what, but it's skidding on.
Yeah, that could also help the batsman, right? Because if
Mhm.
it's skidding on, you have a little more pace to work with,
Yeah.
particularly with the slower bowlers.
Here's the replay of that LBW.
Half
ball.
appeal.
Yeah, half appeal. It's clearly going down the leg, but he was beaten. Yeah.
Yeah, hit him on his left leg
Yes.
anyway.
Nicely
nice
cut
shot.
away by Ayaz.
Nice shot.
And it's
That
going well.
goes.
Cut
No.
off.
There's Himanshu
Yes.
with the big throw. Just two. That was Suhas.
Nicely played.
95 in 83. If South win this, they would be happy with their bench strength. I mean, their batting strength down the
Yeah.
line. If they lose, I mean, at least, everybody got a hit. And this match, from that perspective, is not consequential.
I'm not sure how the tournament is set up, but I don't think losing 2 games is going to help. I think that should be a devastating blow to the South team.
So the tournament essentially is going to the next, after the break tomorrow, are going to be the semi-finals.
Nicely pulled away. I
So
don't think he made
they're going to be semi-finals after
Yeah.
this. And then, the top two and then the next 3, 4. So from that perspective, it's not that these games are adding or subtracting from anything that will happen in the knockout.
Yeah.
The semi-final lineup is already set up. Nice shot. Nice shot. Again, there's the sweeper.
Good throw. Good strong arm
Yeah,
by Himanshu.
yeah. I think he's asking why he didn't try the run out.
Oh, good delivery there by Ayaz, one by. I was honored to be hosted by Rizwan Bhai at his house last year. He has a beautiful house in Florida with mango trees.
Oh, everybody has mango trees in Florida.
Huh?
And we miss out on those lovely mangoes.
Yeah, I know. Can't grow them here. I think it's a break right now. Looks like a water break.
Yep, a drinks break. We'll quickly run through the match summary. That's the worm getting a little close because that's the moment when East Central dipped. South
so we
120.
have Vishal and Fazeh, I believe, or maybe Shanawaz bhai. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
not
think
sure.
only the captain knows. I'm sorry, I don't know. But I definitely know Fazeh will be batting.
So 92 required of 78.
I don't think
And,
it's.
we're taking a break.
Yeah. Are we? We will take a break.
organization and be able to help with the over 50s national tournament. We are so confident that if you use us, we'll have you hitting 4s and 6s in no time. Good luck to everyone.
We're back. We're back after the break. We've been talking about this earlier. Could this game also finish like the second one yesterday, where we had a last ball win? Looks like headed for a tight game because I believe South have two good batsmen in the hut after this. So this is likely to be a tight game as well. You have to say at this point that East Central Zone are the more favored team, simply because South have just 3 wickets in hand. Even if you disregard the required rate and all that. And Suhas hammers this to sweeper cover. Brings Ayaz on strike. And he's laughed at that, but dropped it long off. In and out. That was in the pocket, and not only that, they get a third run. This is not good cricket by East Central right after the break. That catch should have been taken, but certainly after that drop, shouldn't have had that overthrow. This time Suhas goes wide off, long off, but just a single. There is a sense of urgency now. Ayaz is settled on 30. This time he goes down the ground, along the ground, and just a single. This time wide of the cover fielder to the sweeper. So they have 6 runs so far of this over. They need 7 or 8 every over now. Yep, so the required rate is now 7 per over. And as we were talking a few minutes ago with Faisal, it appears that East Central are in a winning position, so they would not be happy if they lose from here. And South, if they win from here, will feel very happy with their deep batting. And Suhas goes forehand cross court drive to long off for a single. Rizwan guides it to the right of short third for a single. There's good batting. Clearly they have a plan. They're trying to keep it risk-free. Rizwan has bowled well. Not many bad balls. Hardly any, I would say. And Suhas steps down. Big hit, but he's out. Adnan takes it. Couple of feet inside the boundary ropes at long on. Makes no mistake. Not easy to take those high catches because he would have been looking straight into the lights on the north side of the ground. He would have been looking straight at the light. Beautifully judged, well inside the ropes. Great catch. Looks like Fazia Basi. Yes, it is. So can we have the scoreboard displayed? It's 133 for 8. Outside off, and Fazil lets it go through. $83 required now in 68, in 67 with that last ball. Fazil will need a few balls to settle in. Satish in a very animated discussion with Rizwan. Ayaz has to anchor this chase now. It's not going to be easy, but it's a challenge. Oh, he gets it through uppish, gets it through to backward point. They run a good single. A good couple. This time it's to cover and they steal a quick single, which brings Fazé on strike. And Faze cuts, but straight to a fielder. Just a single. They absolutely have to go at 6 to 7 and over each over. Somehow. And then they have to hope that they get a 10, 12, 15 run over at some point to get the required rate down under 6. At least so far, Ayaz has more or less resisted the temptation to go and loft the ball. He's played fairly risk-free cricket. Just don't know how long he can do that. This is just a single. They're going to fall short of their target. Just 5 of this over. So in the next 2 or 3 overs, they're going to need a big one. 10, 12, 15 runs in an over. I think while the batsman may be okay, I'm not sure how the fielders are going to cope with the dropping temperature. Just going to get colder, feel colder for sure. It already does. And this is nicely hit, but it's straight to sweeper cover. It's been good bowling. They've been bowling to the field. As an example, I don't think Rizwan has bowled anything down the leg side. That's a drag down. Just don't know whether they get a couple. They would have loved to get more of that drag down, but just a couple. Commentators curse. They were saying Rizwan has bowled well, but then comes the drag down. Faze probably can hit that long. Just when? 141 for 8, and it's a tight game. And that's hit to the right of extra cover, but long off has that covered. The required run rate is almost 8 and over now. It's going to be very tight. You need a boundary. Oh, he smashed that. He smashed that, but once again, Himanshu is in the way. A 4 or a 6 on this ball will be handy. They have 5 of this over. Not enough. Oh, he's gone straight. And that might be for... Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's timely. And that's very good situational awareness, because they absolutely needed a 4 or 6, and Faze got them that, so they have 9 of this over. They have to keep going for the next few overs, and then suddenly when the required runs dip below the 50 mark, they'll feel a lot better. Nasir Javed, also known as Charlie, continuing. It's hammered off the back foot, but just a single. Oh, they run an overthrow. Oh! He's through Ayaz's defense. Ayaz looked almost lazy there. He didn't move his feet. I'd like to see the replay again. I don't think he moved his feet at all. Yeah, his feet stayed there. And he moved his feet only after the ball had passed him. And now South has to be, clear that they're in an extremely difficult situation. Yeah, that's Shahnawaz walking in. They don't want to be the team losing 2-2. That wicket was against the run of play. Ayaz was playing well. He was set. Just became a little lazy there, didn't move his feet. Both Nasir, Javed and Rizwan do not turn the ball much, but they are getting some skidding, zipping type of a effect of the pitch, which you need to be careful about. And Kumble famously is an example of how you can get wickets without turning the ball much. That's a wide ball. It's going to happen because you can't just walk in and start blasting the ball. It's going to take a while to settle in. And you're one mistake away from losing the game. Because East Central, to their credit, have held their catches and held them well. And probably some of the best catching in the tournament so far, including that stunning catch of Jignesh, which he will have nightmares about. And Faze goes downtown. It's a 6. He's cleared everything into the stands or maybe even out of the stadium. Yep, that's out. I don't think anybody is going to fetch it. So you might as well go and find a replacement. Well, somebody is trying to fetch it, I think. Fazé hit that a long way. Probably the longest 6 so far. Just don't know if it has gone beyond the fence on the stands. Okay, so we have the ball ready. Quick look at the follow the wickets, and Satish doing a phenomenal job for East Central. Terrific off-spin bowling. He's back on now from the south end, and let's see, he'll be bowling to Shahnawaz. Let's it go. Wasn't very far. Have to look at the replay. Didn't look very far because the bowler was excited, disappointed. Bowling quicker through the air, and that's a single. Easy single. Let's see how this goes, because I suspect Fazé will go for it. He has to. 58 and 46 now. He does go for it. And I'm sure that's a 6. Not huge, but big enough. He's enjoying the pace now. Satish needs to slow it down and hope that Fazé mishits it, because if he keeps serving up quicker stuff to him, it'll disappear that much quicker. One more. There you go. No need to try for that. That's awesome hitting. This time a little closer to mid-wicket. .46 now required in 44. So is he going to keep going in 5th gear, or will he put his car back in neutral and start from 1st and 2nd again? Again, ferociously hit, but straight to cover. The fielder there wringing his hands. Goes again, but down to long on, long off. Yep, long off, and just a single. So they got their big over. Fazé meanwhile has gone to 27 and 12. .45 required in 42 balls. I think we will have an exciting finish if these two stay together for 3 or 4 overs. Or maybe that's enough for Fazé to finish a game. but you have to say the bowling side is favored to win at this, even at this point, because the batting team is one mistake away from losing, and the bowling team has Himanshu coming back on from the north end. He's adjusting his field. He's bowled such only 4 overs, which means that he can bowl through that end if needed. And Shahnawaz is going to just turn the strike over. Hits it hard down back to the bowler. It's an art to bowl at this stage of the innings. Shahnawaz goes... No, that would be magical if he took it. That would be magical. And it is. It is. That's a fabulous catch. East Central have outcaught. Oh, that's a fabulous catch. Stunning catch, and East Central have outcaught South. South dropped a few. Don't think East Central dropped any, and that's a phenomenal end to this game. South scorecard, they finish at 171 in 33.2 overs. Top scorer there, Ayaz with 40. Fazeh got a quick 27 of 14. Perhaps he could have come a little bit ahead of some of the others. Might have made a difference. Let's look at the bowling card. Satish Reddy definitely was the turning point of the match with his wickets. Can we get the bowling card? Yeah, so Satish with 3 for 38 of his 7 turned the match at critical moments. Himanshu did Himanshu, kept things tight, got 1 wicket. And Balaji was good up front with 2. And Nasir Javed, aka Charlie, got 2. Rizwan got 1. 171 is where South finished. Match summary. And points table. So North have won 2 and 2. East Central 1 of 2. South Zone finished with the only team without a point. West Zone won 1, lost 1. So that's a wrap from us. And on behalf of the broadcast team and all the advertisers and sponsors, thank you very much for joining. Hope you had fun, as we did, and hope to see you on Thursday. Bye-bye.